New Year. I'm going to call to order the 4:30 p.m. closed session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Waller?
Present.
Councilmember Castle?
Here.
Councilmember Kaladerovich?
Here.
Councilmember Obaji? Absent. Councilmember Barrett?
Here.
Mayor Light?
Here. Okay, do we have any blue folder items for the closed session?
None for closed session.
Okay, let's see. Any public communications on closed session items or non-agenda items? There's no one in the audience, anyone online?
There are no e-comments, and we have one attendee on Zoom, but no hand raised.
Okay, can you read through what we'll be discussing in closed session, please?
Yes. As authorized by the government code as listed on the published agenda, the following items will be discussed in closed session. Item F1, conference with legal counsel and labor negotiator. The employee organization is Redondo Beach Police Officers Association. F2, conference with legal counsel, public employee personnel matter/evaluation for the title of city manager. Item F3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. The name of the case is Lobono Gregg versus City of Redondo Beach and does 1 through 10 inclusive. Case number 25TRCV00715. And for item F4, conference with real property negotiator. The properties are 239 and 245 North Harbor Drive, portions of APN 7503-029-903. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Wodzinski, who will be speaking to these items in closed session, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. For all items, I will, of course, be present. Then for items F1 through F3, we will have City Attorney Joy Ford, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park. For item F1, we will also be joined by Diane Strickfadden, our Human Resources Director, and Laura Calty, our outside labor negotiator. And then for item F3, we will have outside legal counsel Jordan Smith participate as well. And we will be providing a very brief update on item F4. Greg Kapovich may participate in that, but it may be too brief for that. So as I said, for all items myself, then F2 through F4 will have Joy Ford and Cheryl Park. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And let the record show that Councilmember Obaji has joined us.
4:32.
Can I get a motion to recess to closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back on or about 6 p.m. to report out on any actions that are reportable and to start the regular open session of the City Council. Thank you.
Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalijadovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji is currently absent. Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. City Manager Wojciechowski, anything to report from closed session?
No reportable items this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to the regular meeting of the City Council?
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
That's 4-0 with Obaji absent. Okay, so I'm going to call to order the regular council meeting. Could I have a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kalijadovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji, absent. Councilmember Barron,
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, let the record show Councilmember Obaji showed up at
Thank you.
6:07:34. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Anybody? And now let us all stand for the salute to the flag and remain standing for a moment of silence afterwards. I'd like to call up Emily, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Emily, the floor is all yours.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Emily. I am a fifth grader at Washington Elementary School. My favorite subjects in school are writing, reading, and math. I love the community and my neighbors in Redondo Beach. Please put your hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, please be seated. Emily, great job. Come on up and get a picture with the council. Good job there. Way to go. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to come up, Mom, or?
And sister and.
Yeah, you want your sister up in a picture with you?
There you go.
Ooh, they still like each other.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Emily.
Good job, Emily. Okay, now we're going to item D on the agenda, presentations, proclamations, announcements, and AB 1, 2, 3, 4 travel expense reports. I have no presentations or proclamations this evening, so we'll start with Councilmember Waller.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Welcome back, everybody, and Happy New Year. We got to say goodbye to Chief Hoffman at the end of the year, and we get to welcome Chief Sprengel at this meeting. This is our first meeting of the new year with a new chief. Over the break, I had a chance to see my first Kings game of the season. Much better way to spend a Tuesday night than here. No offense to everybody here. I also got to spend about 10 hours with the crew from Fire Station number 2 to see what a rainy afternoon and evening brings to our first responders. I joined them responding to multiple calls. No fires, no accidents during my ride along, but I did get to witness something just as important. Their professionalism and calm, decisive action they bring to medical emergencies. And it was very impressive, and I was very happy that I got to spend my time with them. Coming up tomorrow, we have our Redondo Beach Police Department sponsored blood drive. It's at the library across the street, pretty much all day. If you go to redcross.org and search 90277, you'll be able to sign up. They'll probably take in walk-ins. We're just a few short of the 100 that Kyle is aiming for. And then next week, Wednesday the 14th, the North Redondo Beach Business Association is having their free mixer at Trusted Gut. You can go to nrbba.org and click on their events to RSVP to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castle.
Just one thing coming up tomorrow morning, we have our monthly King Harbor Association meeting, which is mostly comprised of the businesses down in the waterfront, both on the pier and at the marina. And we'll be discussing potential events like we had with the King Harbor Boat Parade that we'll be having at the waterfront over the next year. So looking forward to that in the morning. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Yes, Happy New Year, everyone. I want to give a huge shout out to our public safety teams during the holiday break. They responded to a structure fire in District 3, safely evacuated residents. Police were there quickly. Class 1 fire department showed up very quickly, extinguished the fire. And these homes are nearly 5 feet apart. So it was restricted to the one residence, and just always endlessly impressed with our public safety departments. And I also want to acknowledge our public works team with all of these rains, these last few weeks, I would say, all the work that they're doing, keeping storm drains clear and water moving throughout the city. Exceptional job. Thank you very much. There is a bike rodeo, an educational opportunity. If you have students who have not previously taken a course in bike safety that's required by the school district in order to park your bikes on campus, our police department will be hosting one on Saturday, January 31st at 10 a.m. And this is for bikes at the middle school and at the high school campuses. It's a collaborative effort with our school district focused on safety and education. And lastly, the District 3 community meeting will be held on Saturday, January 24th at 9 a.m. at the North Branch Library in the community space there. It'll be an in-person meeting, obviously, and we'll be discussing a proposal for the potential development at the Beach Cities Health District property. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy New Year, everybody, city staff and residents, neighbors. Also wanted to give a shout out regarding Chief Hoffman's retirement ceremony to Kyle Lofstrom, Community Services Officer, emceed that beautifully, had us both laughing and in tears. Great job, Kyle. I also want to say thank you to our engineering department, Public Works. During this last budget, we appropriated money to repave 2 blocks on Grant Avenue. I have never seen a capital improvement project get underway so quickly. Within 6 months, there were crews during this holiday break on Grant Avenue tearing up that street and repaving it. Some of it's been repaved, and soon, probably within a matter of weeks, we're gonna have brand new protected bike lanes, or at least buffered bike lanes there on Grant Avenue with some green striping. So thank you, engineering, for exercising a change order, creative thinking to get that job done quickly and efficiently at a good price. I also wanted to welcome back Paint and Pour to District 4. They were previously located on Artesia Boulevard, got kicked out, kind of like Dave's old bookshop, by their landlord because they wanted to raise rent on them. They've just landed in the Galleria Mall on the 3rd floor across from AMC. We visited it. It was fantastic, and they're up and running. And thank you, Mark Weiner, our Community Development Director, for getting them a temporary use permit so they could get up and running quickly. I was going to mention the NRBVA's free Happy New Year mixer on Wednesday, January 14th, but you got that, Councilmember Waller. Thank you. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. I have AB 1234 reporting for the League of California Cities, a meeting on Thursday night, for which there will be an expense, as well as a meeting later this month, for which there will also be an expense in travel. And that information is available publicly through the city upon request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You guys covered most of what I had. I did attend a couple things right before the holidays. I was at a mayor's convening for the county called by the county supervisor, had a lot of good conversations with mayors across the county on issues related to housing. Also attended a meeting with the COG, again with the mayors from across the community. So that was more talk on housing. So the other thing we did talk at the mayor's convening was a lot about how to fund Marine Mammal Care Center in the future. And what did come out of that, and we're already ahead of several cities, is those that contribute to collecting the distressed sea lions and sea mammals will get first order of service because there is an expanding response required with the climate change that's going on. They expect more this year, and there's not enough funding to do every beach, every coast. So the ones who pay are going to get first dibs, and we certainly and rightfully will be getting first dibs at that because we do host a lot of the sea lions right out of our harbor. So a lot of the incidents happen right here around Redondo Beach. In fact, we're one of the top 2 sites for responses for them. That's all I had. Oh, obviously, Happy New Year, everyone. Hope you had a great holiday. We'll jump down to item E on the agenda. Does anyone wish to change the order of the agenda or
I do not.
request a change of the council? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve the order of the agenda then.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. We'll be doing the agenda as published. Right now, we're going to go into an agency recess to a regular meeting of the Community Financing Authority. Could I get a motion to recess to the Community Financing Authority?
Move to recess to the Community Financing Authority.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, for those of you who are following along, we're jumping to a different agenda that was published for the Community Financing Authority. So could I have a roll call for the Community Financing Authority?
Yes, Member Waller,
Present.
Member Castle,
Here.
Member Kelly-Jedovich.
Here.
Member Obaji,
Here.
Member Barron,
Here.
Chairman Light.
Here. Could I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We're going with the published agenda. Do we have any blue folder items for the Community Financing Authority?
Not for this meeting. No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going down to the consent calendar. There are 4 items on there. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of those for discussion?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to approve C1 through C4.
Move the consent items.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Before we vote, does anyone from the public wish to address items C1 or C4 on the Community Financing Authority? Okay, seeing none, anyone online?
We do not have hands raised on Zoom, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, so C1 through C4 carries, and I don't think there's anything you have to read off there, correct?
No.
Okay, there's no excluded consent calendar items. Now we're down to item E, which is public participation on non-agenda items for the Community Financing Authority, not for the regular city council. We'll limit this to 30 minutes. Each person gets to speak only once, and it's supposed to be on items that are not on this agenda, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Do anyone from the audience wish to address the council, the Community Financing Authority on anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, anyone online?
No hands raised on Zoom and no e-comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, any referrals to staff? We're jumping to item J.
None.
Anyone? Nope. Okay, so we'll move to adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the next meeting of the Redondo Beach Community Financing Authority will be a regular meeting to be held at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, right here in City Council chambers. Can I get, okay, so we're adjourned. I am reopening the regular session of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Waller,
Present.
Councilmember Castle,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly-Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji,
Here.
Councilmember Barron, Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, for those of you following along, we're back to the regular City Council agenda item. We'll be going to item G, the blue folder items. Do we have any blue folder items?
We have 3 tonight, Mayor. For J1 on non-agenda items, public communication. For item N1, the discussion on draft zoning amendments related to the revitalization of the Artesia and Aviation Boulevards in association with the general plan update and the ACAP. We also have public communication. And for item N2, the discussion on the general plan use element update with a specific focus on historic preservation, public communication as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to receive and file the blue folder items?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion carries. Now we're jumping to item H, which is the consent calendar. Does any member of the council wish to pull any of the consent calendar items for further discussion?
Nope.
Yes, H7, please.
You'd like to pull H7.
And, well, maybe we can reserve if we want to pull it after the public comments on those items.
Okay, any others? Okay. See, can I get a motion to approve H1 through H6, excluding H7?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Before we vote, anyone from the community wish to address the council on consent calendar items that are not, that we did not pull, which is H7? We do have cards. The first one is on H4, Ron Maroka.
Good evening, Council. I just had some transparency questions about the invoices that you're approving tonight. The first one is dealing with this payment to U.S. Bank Corporate that's about $226,000. And it looks like it's the credit cards for almost every single employee. Many of them I recognize, some of them I don't. Some of them are in the 5-digit amounts, over $10,000. And I was just curious, what is the process that these if this is a credit card, that these cards are issued? Who approves them ultimately? And do you all review the invoices if you see something that's completely out of line on it? So that's the first one. The second concern is there is an expense for, I want to say it's the Redondo Beach Roundtable. On each of your profiles, you have it as a quasi-government function that you're doing. There was a party, a holiday lunch, and I'm curious as to which individuals went there, and the $420 was whether that was out of general funds or was out of each of yours individual discretionary funds. So that's my questions tonight. Hopefully I'll hear an answer.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'll address the one very quickly. Several of us went. I don't remember if all of us were there or not. And that comes from a fund that the city council has for dinners and meetings, stuff like that.
And we declared it in our AB reports when we came back. You remember Councilmember Waller talked about how my daughter was the cutest.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. That was before Christmas. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Council members.
He was right.
And council members do not
Did you have
have
something that you
discretionary.
wanted to address?
Yeah,
on the
I could
credit
certainly
card?
answer, maybe elaborate on the last question and then maybe circle back to the first. The city has historically participated in the roundtable lunch. It's a community event. A lot of the representatives from different organizations. It's a holiday activity. It's a typical expenditure each year that comes out of the mayor and council, effectively travel, training, materials and supplies budget. So that's a pretty common charge year over year. As it pertains to the CAL card expenditure, that's an aggregated payment for all of our CAL cards. Our CAL cards are our tool for the purchase of materials and supplies across all departments, whether it's information and technology, police, public works, et cetera. And that each card holder is subject to our internal administrative policies and procedures associating with purchasing limits. Each card holder receipts are reviewed by their authorizing supervisor and ultimately approved through a very intensive process that circles through our finance department. And in some cases, it may be, if it pertains to department head purchases, something that I review and approve as well. So it is subject to an APP. The number is large because you're talking about hundreds of employees in any given month buying many, many, many different goods and services. And that's really the CAL card function. It's a statewide program for municipalities that we participate in that's, I believe, run by US Bank is the current bank provider for the thing.
Okay, the next one I have is H5, Jim Mueller, and that's the last card I have.
Good evening, Council. Jim Mueller, District 5. I'm in favor of more plan checkers. We need enough new ones to make sure time is taken to encourage developers to preserve space and mature trees around new homes and buildings. I hope the checkers will be requiring that pre-existing mature trees are bubbled out, meaning highlighted, on site drawings, and that builders will be encouraged to the fullest extent of the law to preserve them or specifically include replacements on final permitted drawings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wish to address items H1 through H6? Anyone online?
We do have one hand raised on Zoom. Allison Callaway, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Go ahead, Allison.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Allison Callaway. I'm a local mom and a nature lover, and I want to thank you for the work you do to keep Redondo such a beautiful and livable city. I'm here to encourage the city to prioritize tree planting and tree protection. Trees add beauty, they improve air quality, provide shade and sun protection.
I think you're commenting to the wrong section. I think this should be under non-agenda items, not H1 through H6.
Okay,
none of which
thank
pertain
you.
to trees.
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else?
No other hands raised and no e-comments.
Okay, so we have, I'll call the vote on items H1 through H6, excluding H7. All four?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, you want to read off those that you have to?
Yes, just one tonight, Mayor. Approved by 4/5 vote and by title only, resolution number CC-2601-001, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2025-2026 fiscal year budget modification, appropriating $650,000 to the Community Development Department, Building and Safety Division, Contract and Professional Services, and plan check revenue budgets reflecting building permit fee revenue in excess of anticipated budget to support outsourced plan check services. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to item I, the excluded consent calendar items. We have one item, item H7, which was the fourth amendment to the employment agreement between the city and the city manager. Councilmember Obaji, you pulled it, so you've got the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have completed our review evaluation of the city manager in closed session. And it became apparent to me that we did not adequately appreciate the immense work that's being done by this city manager and the leadership team that he's put in place. In the last 2 years, we had increased the city manager's pay by $15,000 each year. This last year, as proposed under this item, we're proposing only a $10,000 increase due to it being an austere year. With that said, we're not getting 80% production out of our city due to the fact that it is an austere year. We're getting 100, if not 150% production compared to what we were getting when I first got elected back in 2021, 2022. What we have here in Mike Wazanski is a $350,000 a year city manager. He's here because he loves our city. He's dedicated to it. He spent his career here. And so I would like to, and we could compare him to other city managers in the region and run a market study, which we didn't do this year, but we've done in years past. And we'll find that he's above the newly appointed city manager in Hermosa Beach with no prior experience, for sure, but below, Torrance. But I can assure you I would not trade Mr. Wazanski with any other city manager out there and the team that he's installed here. So our Councilmember Barrett and I have discussed it, and we would prefer to increase the pay this year by a total of $15,000, so an additional $5,000 over what we have here in this proposed amendment.
Yeah, I would just add, I agree with everything you said, and I appreciate the mayor's support on this as well. The mayor who's on the inside, and he sees a lot that happens here and has that appreciation. I would second that motion and do second it to add $5,000, consistent with what we did last year. it's, it's not a litmus test about whether we appreciate or care about our city manager. I think we wanted to at least give the council an opportunity to vote on it and make their own decisions. It's, again, nobody's obligated to vote in favor of it, but we at least wanted to put that out there.
Go ahead, Councilmember
And
Rodgers.
something I wanted to do, actually, because I see some of my constituents here, is just recite some of the things that have occurred for District 4 just this year, which is really jaw-dropping for me. I asked in strategic planning to please refocus the city somehow, designate resources towards repaving our streets and improving our streets. In June, Public Works teams were out there. They had rented equipment to start to tear up bumpy parts of Artesia Boulevard and spot treat that. During the CIP, we allocated over $1 million to repave Grant Avenue. Usually in the CIP, the Capital Improvement Program, you don't see the projects come into existence for years. Within 6 months over this winter break, like I said, they were digging, they're repaving Grant Avenue as we speak, 2 blocks of it right now. Perry Park, we asked for remodeling of the teen center. We invested $200,000 there. It got remodeled. It got reopened. Not just reopened, but with programs every week and social media posts about the programs that they're running for the teens at Perry Park every week, every weekday. And parents are loving it.
And we'll hear more about that later on the agenda.
Yes, exactly. The traffic signals at Ringe and Artesia. People have complained that is the most dangerous intersection in North Redondo. We previously, so they were not just replaced the traffic signals to allow a permissive left turn as well as a protected left turn at the times when the accidents were occurring, but they've also done construction on the bulb outs to make them aligned with one another so that one car isn't causing a blind spot for another car as they make the left turn. The traffic signals on the rest of Artesia were also replaced. So the bike path in North Redondo, I mean, it's amazing. The bike path in North Redondo has been expanded. It hasn't been opened yet because they're letting the grass grow in, but the last 2 blocks of the North Redondo bike path have been extended now and completed. That is amazing, using grant money at that. So that's amazing. And I thank you, City Manager Wazanski, for taking care. That's just North Redondo. I mean, amazing things are happening across the city.
Yeah. Thanks. I fully support this. I've been tracking or participating on one side or the other on city affairs since 2000, 26 years now. And this is the smoothest running and most productive management team and execution team and staff that has ever occurred. I just had to write an article for Daily Breeze on what's going on in Redondo, and there was so much good stuff that, and that was just the top level stuff that the newspaper is throttling back my article now. But there's so much going on, and I sense momentum is building. Part of that, we've presented a bigger problem for the city manager in that this council is a collaborative council. And we're not at war with one another. We don't have factions that are trying to optimize the city one way or the other. And so that just puts more demand on city staff. And I appreciate the challenges you've had and the way you've stood up to them. So thanks for the excellent organization you're running and the way you're running it. Anyone else?
Mayor, if I could just say one thing on this subject, I very much appreciate this consideration, but I think it's important, however any of you vote on this, it's an honor to serve this community. I'm grateful. All of those accomplishments that you just cited could not be done without our wonderful staff, the executive team, the partnership, the coordination that we have at all levels of this organization, with elected departments as well as those that are under my supervision. My achievements are their achievements. As much as anything. So I appreciate you directing that towards me, but I think that's important that I say that for the record. We have been successful as an organization because we have worked collectively exceedingly well under the direction of this council and the enthusiasm of this council as much as anything else. So that's important to note as you think about this, but it is my pleasure to serve the city of Redondo Beach.
Well, it takes a great leader to select great people to work for them and to incentivize them to produce, and you've done a great job at it. So appreciate that. Does anyone else wish to say something? Hopefully short.
Short. I definitely appreciate everything the city manager's done. I'm a little hesitant to change what we decided last time, only just because of the fiscal situation that we're in. 5,000 isn't much, but every dollar makes a difference, so I'm hesitant, but I'm not saying I'm against it either. It's just.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember.
Again, in recognition of the number of items that we've accomplished in the last year, I've been on council since April, but for the year as a whole, we've had over 1,000 items on the agenda that have come before council. So that in itself is a great achievement. But also, since I've been on council, we've added to the workload in the sense of trying to take advantage of some new opportunities, like with our events commission, or committee rather, where we're looking at opportunities for the Olympics and World Cups and new items like that. So I would support a $5,000 addition to what we agreed to last time, just based on the workload and what we've been able to accomplish and keeping momentum going forward.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic, any?
Yeah, I mean, consistent with all the praise and absolutely, retaining you for another 3 years, if not more. I mean, we could extend that. And I mean, hands down, best city manager in the South Bay and beyond. Consistent with my reasoning last time, we are in a deficit, and I'm uncomfortable giving a raise over what, because we're just not in a position to offer the same to other employee groups, and so I would not support that.
Okay, anyone else?
No, just
Okay, we had a motion and a second.
clarify it was a motion, yeah, and he seconded it.
Yep. Any member of the public wish to address the council on this item? Do we have any cards on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to chime in and say that your city manager is well worth it. The communication style as a resident, I really do appreciate him being open and available, and always has a resolution for staff. His senior staff is phenomenal, so thank you. And I think he's worth the $5,000 more. The first city attorney, by the way, only got $7,500 in the city. So he's definitely worth it.
Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item?
Nikki Negretti, Mitchell, District 3. And I have to say, I'm very proud of Mike Wazanski as our city manager. I've been to other city council meetings and have had opportunities, and not to compare or anything, but you can't help it, right? So very professional, high capacity, totally worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
No hands raised on Zoom and no e-comments for this item.
Councilmember Barron, is there something you want?
No, sorry.
I'll just say, by the way, Mr. Wazanski did not ask for this. This is just something that Councilmember Barron and I thought of after we had sent out our evaluation to him and then met with him about it.
Together with the mayor.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote then. All for?
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
No.
So it's a 3-2. Motion carries. Okay, now we're at item J, public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on this agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and we'll take written requests first, which we do have tonight. So let's see, the first is Maria Larissa Yasol, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Hello, here I am, ready or not. Let's see. Happy New Year to all. Good evening. Greetings, Mayor Light, council member, commissioners, and city staff. My name is Maria Larissa Yasol. I am a real estate professional. My interest is in community development, emphasizing in community. let's talk. I'm going to toss all my notes out. I'm going to speak from the heart. As you all know, currently, our city population is about 68,000, 69,000. Housing units, about 28,000. 15,233 of that is owner-occupied, and we have renter-occupied about 13,314. So we're at what, 53, 46, 47%? You would call that balance. Okay, we're okay. With a possible 2,700 rental units coming into our community, the impact is just... What we need to do is we need to pause and prioritize home ownerships. We need to raise stakeholders. I'll give you an example. You know that guy, the manager at McDonald's that gives everybody their senior coffee every morning? The children, all your children, they're all right there at McDonald's, morning, afternoon, night. The guy the manager at McDonald's, he deserves to live in our town. So we need to be more active in building home ownerships. So I respectfully request the council, if you would please review, put a hold on apartments, developers that come in here with no good intention, try to pull a wool out of our eyes. No. So, all in all, I have all the trust and faith in all of you. And I thank you for listening. I thank the public. And he deserves the raise.
Okay.
He keeps you guys in line.
Thank you. Just for your information, we are bound by state mandates that limit what we can refuse or stop from approvals in our city. So that's not meant to be, that's just a statement. Your time is up, so.
No, you don't want me to answer that?
No. I just wanted to let you know there's a lot of state mandates.
I have faith in you.
Okay, Ron Morocco. And then Pam Sund.
Okay, Ron Morocco, District 3. I have two things I want to bring up. First, yes, 2 days ago was our 77th anniversary of the voters actually approving the charter that we're using now. So if you have an opportunity to make it over to the library in the entrance area, there is a display. There are quotes from our mayor. There are quotes from our city manager. There are quotes from our city attorney. I hope I did right just by the pictures we put in there, but it's really worth commemorating and celebrating. The second thing I want to bring up is I wish that you can refer to the Public Amenities Commission to make a recommendation back to the council. Since this summer, we're going to be celebrating our 250th anniversary of the United States. I would hope that the Public Amenities Commission can come up with some ideas that we can propose back to you in April of different activities that we can do to involve us in the process. I don't think there's any committee that's actually focusing on that. So that's what I would hope that you'd make a staff referral on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Pam Sund and then Jim Mueller.
Hello, my name is Pam Sund, and I live in District 3. Happy New Year to everyone. I am here to speak regarding trees in Redondo Beach. I hope the city continues its interest in preserving and planting trees on both public property and private property. Since most of Redondo's property is private land, I would urge the City Council and its supporting commissions to update its guidance on when trees can be removed on private property and consider increasing the number of staff in the building department so there can be appropriate checks of property prior to tree removal, and also sufficient enforcement of the city's ordinances, rules, regulations, and guidelines regarding trees. Too many gorgeous mature trees have come down in Redondo Beach in the interest of high-density housing. This is a trend I hope will stop. Tree canopy in Redondo Beach needs to be preserved and enhanced. We will all appreciate doing what we can now to preserve and add trees. They take significant time to grow and develop, but they provide benefits for years. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jim Mueller, and then the last card I have is Nikki Negretti-Mitchell.
Good evening again, Council. Jim Mueller, District 5. Redondo Beach's tree canopy is fourth in coverage out of the 5 South Bay cities. And the trend is fewer and fewer trees. Why the shortfall and decline? It's because most trees, about 75% of Redondo Beach's tree canopy, are on property to be developed or private property. These trees are not protected by the Redondo Beach Municipal Code. If the tree thinning trend continues, Redondo Beach, especially North Redondo, will become border to border, nothing more than cement, asphalt, and cheap plastic siding. Why? Because the new builds are more likely to be lot stuffers. Builders profit from square feet, and more square feet on a lot means more profit in a builder's pocket. Trees only get in the way. Take a drive around North Redondo and you'll see that tree thinning is happening regularly. Some on this council do not see a vital community interest in protecting trees on private property. They believe that people have the right to do whatever they want on their property. Granted, there's a lot that a property owner can do on his property that should be his right to do, but chopping down and maiming mature trees is not one of them. That's because a mature tree is different from other vegetation. A tree enhances the quality of life and the value of the whole neighborhood, everyone's property. The city ought to do more to encourage and help people care for their trees and plant more. It's an anomaly. The city strives to preserve and manage trees on public property, but does nothing for trees on private property, which is 75% of the city's property. I live in North Redondo, and I can tell you from personal experience that there is little respect for pre-existing mature trees on the many lots under development there. Replacement is better than nothing, but preservation should be the first goal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nikki Negretti-Mitchell, and that's the last card I have.
Hi, Nikki Negretti-Mitchell. Happy New Year. So last time I was here, I spoke about how the northern extension of our CEK line had an abnormally low rate of successful systems testing, and there was a 2-year delay due to construction errors, which had to do with settlement of supporting walls on a rail bridge. And in a few hundred locations along the line, the rebar was installed incorrectly, so they needed to go back and fix or replace those so they could reinstall the rails. And so, you know, we all understand that excavation work is risky and the process can cause a lot of stress on surrounding soil, which can lead to movement and instability. Plus, it'll be kicking up the toxic dirt and the particulates. So being that I'm in the trench zone leads me to be hypervigilant on all of those associated risks. At my age with a compromised immune system, I just turned 67 yesterday, it was my birthday. I will be displaced if this construction is allowed to commence on this toxic and dangerous corridor. And I'll reiterate here that more than 300 seniors age 65 plus will be at risk of displacement by Metro's actions. So now I want to talk about on Saturday, December 27th, there was a natural gas pipeline that exploded in Castaic. And aerial footage showed natural gas rushing out of the pipe, kicking up clouds of dirt and forcing 19,200 residents to shelter in place and close their doors and windows. A geologist concluded that significant land movement was the most likely cause of the pipeline break. So it left a lingering natural gas smell over much of the San Fernando and San Clarita valleys. I've also spoken here about concerns raised by the Torrance refinery about risks to employee and public safety and the pipeline companies that transport liquid petroleum gas, jet fuel, also a BNSF conductor, all expressing the impossibility of transporting people through that fuel corridor. So putting all of this together, I just threw all this together today, but putting it all together, I mean, we really can't be complacent about the significant risks of this natural gas, or not natural gas, the liquid petroleum gas, and the issues raised by the refinery and the pipeline people. We really need to take that seriously. We really can't allow Metro and their advocates to poo-poo this as just fear-mongering or whatever. This is real stuff. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's the last card I had. Anyone from the audience wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Just walk on up, sir.
Hello there, Mayor and Council. My name is Jose. I'm actually a Los Angeles resident, but an incident happened to me here in Redondo Beach. So on the 28th of December, I was walking on the Strand, and I was struck from behind with an electric scooter user. The guy was going between 15 to 30 miles per hour. I was blacked out, ended up injured really badly. I had lacerations here on my chest, my arms, legs. And I just want to see if the city's working on maybe lighting up the Strand better, maybe putting some regulations, curfews on ridership or finding people, because I may be fine, but there are people who are going to get seriously hurt. And it's very easy to replace an electric vehicle, but it's much harder to replace a life. And also to add, for the, I think two people mentioned about the tree coverage. With my work, I get to go around the South Bay, and there's a lot of places that have low tree coverage, like Lawndale and Hawthorne. And I would hate to see a very green area that's like Redondo Beach lose what they have, and especially as an identity as a city that has a very active lifestyle. It would just be very bad. So hopefully maybe you guys can protect that. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Sir, the Strand you're struck, sorry, may I ask
Yeah, you may.
question? Was it the Strand like below the Esplanade, or?
So where Veterans Park is, you go down the staircase. I was a little bit further down on the Strand. That was walking, and then I saw a light coming up. I tried moving to the right, and they also moved to the right. So I don't know why they didn't go to the left, and I got hit.
Got it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. Glad you're better.
No, it's all right. At least I had no broken bones, no concussions, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Okay, can we go back to the, I forget her name, the lady
Yes.
who
She does have
I
her hand
interrupted because
raised.
she was speaking in the wrong topic.
Yeah, Allison Callaway, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and begin.
Hi again, I'm Allison, and I want to apologize for that. I'm new to this, and I appreciate you taking my comment now. I want to speak briefly about the opportunity that Redondo has when it comes to trees and long-term planning. And I also want to acknowledge the city's recent work on the bike path extension, which is a great example of thoughtful, forward-looking investment, and to recognize the advantage of having a council that works really well together as a team. I know you are hearing a lot about trees, and I appreciate your willingness to consider this issue. It's important to me as the parent of a young person and as someone who expects to be renting and living in this area for the foreseeable future that we make decisions with the future in mind. I also want to be clear that I am supportive of housing development. I believe that trees and housing can coexist beautifully, and that thoughtful planning can allow us to add much needed housing while still investing in a greener and more livable city. Our current tree canopy is behind that of some neighboring cities, and that presents an awesome chance to think ahead. Trees are long-term investments, and policies that support planting and protection alongside housing development can create lasting benefits for residents now and in the future. I hope the city will consider making tree protection and expansion a strong priority in policymaking this year. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No other hands raised, but for the record, there is one e-comment on non-agenda items.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're done with item J. We'll be skipping down to item N, the items for discussion prior to action. And the first one is N1 that has to do with discussion about the draft zoning amendments required to comply with the AACAP. Director Weiner, you got the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Mark Weiner, Director of Community Development. Tonight I'm joined by our planning manager to my far right, Sean Scully, and our contract planner, John Champa, who helped prepare these code amendments that are before you tonight. This is an introductory discussion on the draft code amendments, and it's really a follow-up to the August 5th City Council meeting where we discussed policies in the land use element related to the ACAP, or the Artesian Aviation Corridor. One of those directions from the council was to eliminate the parking requirements. We have since adopted an ordinance that does that, and the purpose was to help spur revitalization and development along the corridor. The council also desired to increase the floor area ratio to 1.5. And with that, there needs to be associated development regulations to accommodate that floor area ratio allowance. That's what we're presenting tonight. And then also there was discussion about creating rooftop dining regulations as a way of promoting additional development along the corridor. So with that, I'm going to turn to Mr. Champa to go over the details of the code amendments, and then I will follow up with the recommendation slide.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. As Mark had mentioned, the draft amendment before you this evening is reflective of the previous City Council guidance as well as the general plan update. And to achieve the increase in the floor area ratio, necessary amendments to other development standards have been identified and incorporated into the draft amendment, which in summary, in identifying kind of the key development standards is to not only increase the floor area ratio to 1.5, but also increase the maximum story count from 2 to 3, as well as increase the maximum height for all structures in the ACAP from 30 feet to 45 feet. And to provide some additional articulation and reducing massing, it's been identified to have an additional 5-foot setback from the second floor along the face of the building along the primary street frontages, as well as to reduce the setbacks for corner lots and reverse corner lots from 10 feet to 5 feet, as well as increasing the front yard setback or the front setback from 3 feet to 5 feet in the C2PD zone. This would ensure consistency with the standard for the C2 zone, as well as enhance the pedestrian experience in this particular area. And lastly, to achieve the 1.5 floor area ratio, the proposal to eliminate the 10% usable public open space requirement, which would offer more development potential for the lots. Along with the change in the development standards is design standards that have been incorporated into the regulations in the zoning code for the ACAP zones. To ensure a high quality design with this allowed increase in development potential in here, requiring a minimum first floor ceiling height of 12 feet, again, to encourage a better pedestrian experience as well as the commercial feel and generating a downtown environment here, as well as high quality facade materials, natural and potentially other materials to enhance the architectural design. And then again, for the pedestrian and the commercial experience, requiring 70% transparency with glass and windows along the first floor store frontages. And then lastly, to require pedestrian-oriented lighting to, again, enhance the pedestrian experience, especially in the evenings. Here we have some design examples on Venice and Dana Point of some recent concepts and recent development. Here where you're seeing, the first floor with an enhanced glazing and windows, as well as articulation from the upper floors to really generate a multi-leveled, high-quality architectural design that still achieves a floor area ratio potential of a 1.5. And then the Second Amendment, as Mark had mentioned, is establishment of proposed rooftop dining regulations. Here, looking at what is appropriate regulations to ensure the allowance for this additional amenity for areas where restaurants are allowed, but then also ensuring that the allowed amenity is compatible and avoiding any potential impacts to adjacent uses. And so therefore, identification and requirements for hours of operation, as well as looking at alcohol service, limiting amplified music, and looking at noise mitigation measures to be sensitive to those adjacent uses, as well as building code compliance and looking at seating capacity and configuration. In addition to that, staff did identify that there's potential for, shade structures and other elements along the roof, including elevators to provide ADA access, and so it's been identified to allow for an additional 10-foot height requirement above the roof for those types of amenities. And then also being considered a visual and neighborhood impacts and requiring screening and setbacks from seating areas from the edges of the roof. So in addition to that, being sensitive to design elements and wanting to make sure that the roof elements are architecturally compatible with the structures, as well as being sensitive to neighbors and wanting to avoid any potential lighting impacts.
I've got a question on that, if I can interrupt. Is that all right, Mayor?
As long as it's a quick question.
Quick, yeah. There's a 45-foot height limit proposed. Is that because the rooftop structures in the rooftop dining is 10-foot over the 35-foot that's normal for a 3-story?
No, it's not. It's independent of that, and really it's the upper limit of what we may see with a 3-story structure. That said, it could potentially be lower for a 3-story structure, maybe in the range of upper 30s to lower 40 feet in height. And the 10-foot allowance for rooftop dining would be separate from the height allowance for the building.
So it's not included in the 45 then?
Correct.
And there's one other context I think it's worth noting there is, and this is an outgrowth of a lot of conversations, as we formed the ACAP, we've had subsequent discussions with our consultant now that we've hired to help us along Artesia Boulevard. We had the subcommittee that worked hard in analyzing these things. One of the things that came out of our research in talking to prospective interested developers is the ability to have extended ceiling heights in every story is critical. And that's why ultimately I think we landed on the 45 feet with 3 stories as opposed to 36 feet or something more traditional. We want to give the development community, it's not that they're necessarily going to build to 45 feet, it's to give them flexibility in their story heights within that 3-story structure, because that helps add, character, interest, intrigue to the overall project once constructed. So I'll add some additional context when we conclude the presentation, but that's the rationale behind the 45 feet.
And lastly is some questions that staff is posing to the City Council for some policy direction is, should the proposed rooftop dining be considered under an administrative use permit, which would be approved by the director, or should this be something that would require a conditional use permit, which would be under the purview of the Planning Commission? Secondly is, should rooftop dining be allowed exclusively in the ACAP, or should this be something that be considered citywide in all areas where restaurants are authorized?
And I do want to note on the first one, the administrative use permit is pretty similar to a conditional use permit in that staff can tailor the conditions to the specific site. We can customize the conditions, it's discretionary. So there are checks with that type of permit. However, it would be a more streamlined process. Granted, it would be a staff approval of this. If we went to a permit by right permitting strategy, then we would be limited to whatever standards that are in the code, and that's all that we could apply to the design or development of the rooftop dining.
Yeah, I'd say the AUP is the middle ground solution. The CUP is the more rigorous, community-oriented sort of public hearing process through the Planning Commission. As you know, that sometimes is the first question we get from prospective developers. what's my process to get to an outcome? Well, you have to have a notice public hearing and you have to have an approved CUP. That instantly sometimes is the barrier and the prohibition to interest in the revitalization. So the AUP at least gives us some discretion in managing the outcome. The by right is a tougher standard for us. It's preferred by the development community, but it does, to Mark's point, require us to create objective standards that we can hold the project to. We would generally recommend the AUP if you're comfortable with that level of administrative flexibility.
And then one more point, with the AUP, there is public noticing and the right to appeal as well. Okay, so I'm going to cover the next steps and then end it with a recommendation. And these would be the steps necessary to effectuate these changes. As I mentioned earlier, this is under the umbrella of the general plan land use element updates. We do plan on returning to the City Council on January 20th to discuss the land use element further. We're going to discuss various topics, other topics in the land use element, including the public institutional FAR discussion. And then we'll schedule additional meetings if necessary. The schedule was created with the June election in mind, and I'll get to that in a moment. We would, sorry, this is, I think I opened the wrong presentation here. I made a change to this. So on March 3rd, not disregard the February 17th, on March 3rd, we would bring the land use element for adoption. We would also bring the code amendments for adoption as well, which is what you reviewed tonight. At that same March 3rd meeting, there would be the call for the election, because this is subject to Article 27, would need to go to the ballot. It would be on the June 2nd election. And there'd really just be limited to 2 items from the land use element that the people would be voting on. One is the FAR limit within the ACAP and the development standards and rooftop dining ordinances that have been presented tonight. And then the other, and it would be handled separately, but at the same election, would be the FAR limit for the public institutional zone. Everything, all the other policies in the land use element are not subject to Article 27. They don't intensify land use or traffic. It's really specifically the FAR and the development standards. And then once again with the slides, so we're going to bring this back on the 20th to discuss the land use element as a whole and the PIFR, potentially have additional meetings in February if necessary to have any follow-up discussions. And then March 3rd, the intent is to bring the land use element for adoption and the code amendments and call for the hearing. If the city is not able to meet that schedule, if we need more time with the land use element, then we would have to push this out a bit to the November election for the Article 27.
And maybe if I could jump in, Mark, ideally, we would adopt the land use element on February 17th. That would give us some time then to articulate that through the election ballot measure going into the March 3rd discussion. But the March 3rd really reflects the deadline for these actions. And as we think about any of the intensification items that Mark just mentioned down below there in the slide, that's really what we need to focus our energy on over the next 6 to 8 weeks, is getting to conclusion on those matters so we can get this thing teed up for the June election with the voters. So February 17th would be the ideal schedule. I think that's really what Mark was indicating with that. But we do have up until that March 3rd meeting to wrap these items up.
So with that, staff's recommendation is to receive and file the report and provide direction to staff on the code amendments that have been presented, and also to continue the discussion on the land use element to January 20th. And with that, staff's available for questions.
Yeah, and just a couple other comments on this. There's a lot here. There's a lot to digest. We talked a little bit about this in August. This is really an outgrowth of many conversations, both at the council level as well as the subcommittee level, development of the ACAP, et cetera. This may feel like these are big individual policy decisions, but these are an aggregation of a lot of work that's occurred over many, many months. So they're critical steps. As this council has said, I think Councilman Kaljetovich coined the phrase, we need to take bold action to see bold results on Artesia Boulevard. This is in line with that, right? And while there may be some concern about, what prospective projects could come forward, this gives us the maximum flexibility to incentivize development along the boulevard. And if we find over time, theoretically, if this were to be approved with these recommended standards and approved by the voters in Redondo Beach in June, we always have the capacity to further restrict the standards down the road. These aren't cemented. Our biggest challenge is setting the envelope, not reducing the envelope. We have more administrative discretion in reduction and further restrictions on development than we do in the reverse. So just keep that in mind. Or commercial development, yes, than we do in the reverse. So that's the important thing to know. We can always go backwards, but it's very difficult, as you all know, procedurally for us to expand the envelope. So just keep that in mind as you talk about this. And you'll get to the historic resources component of this in a second item here. And that's an introductory conversation. We'll talk a little bit about that. But what we need to make sure we focus, concluding, really are those items that are subject to Article 27, so we can maximize our energy over the next 2 months in that respect. So that's what we have for you. And again, doesn't mean we have to resolve it tonight, but as you think about how you're prioritizing your time and your attention to detail, that's where we need to focus it.
Okay, thank you. This was a good, concise presentation. I appreciate it. I have a couple questions, though. First, I question the interpretation that the parts of the general plan going to the voters is this limited in scope. Because Article 27 is written that you compare against the as-built standard, not against the current zoning. And there were a number of changes to the commercial elements that I recall from the GPAC that we're not going to see. When do we get to see the complete thing and the assessment that all those other things don't trip an Article 27 vote? And I question whether you can segregate elements of a general plan and say that you're approving essentially at the same time and saying these components don't get voted on and these do. Because in aggregate, you have to look at it in aggregate.
Yeah, it's a good point you raised. So we will have to review that with the city attorney and see if we're legally obligated to combine all the changes. I do think that there is potential to have them bifurcated. And then when it comes to the entire general plan, to my knowledge, most of the content of the document is policy statements. The reason the FAR for the ACAP is triggering it is because that's an actual development standard. So when we return on January 20th, we're going to do a full analysis of the land use element. But to my recollection, and having just reviewed it recently, those would be the only things that would likely trigger it. There are no other standards in there that intensify development outside of the floor area allowance.
And part of our January 20th presentation will be to include any of the other elements we view are intensifying our development opportunity, and that will be covered in the January 20th presentation.
So what we're going to see for the voters, what we're going to be approving is just the general plan changes associated. The housing ones are already incorporated, right? So they'll be in there, and we'll see just these items, and everything else will be bundled into a separate general plan release that we approve separately?
It'll follow an elective and an administrative track, I think is how this will be done.
So the city council.
So what's the timeline of that? When do we see the elected, the part that goes to an election versus the part that gets administratively approved?
That's what we're starting to put together now. So this is one component of what would be subject to election. January 20th will have the remaining components, as at least we see it.
So we'll see the non-elective parts by January 20th.
We'll also start discussing the non-elective policy statements, but the point that we want to make sure we understand is what we need to get to resolution on are those items that we need to tee up for the ballot. We have more time.
I still question that.
And I know, and I understand the bifurcation concern that you raised. We'll revisit that.
Segregation, yeah.
Yeah, our understanding is that we can separate those two one's as policy statement, one as subject to increased and intensified development standard.
As long as we do the analysis to show.
That's the key.
And it's against as-built, not
current prospective development, right? Yeah, we recognize that.
Okay, the second Some of this is going to be ordinance, correct? This is, I mean, I was a little confused because I thought what I was reading in parts of this were ordinance.
It is.
And
So
that's not, that wouldn't go to a vote of the people. It's just the policies and the parts of the general plan that describe your, you know, what you're allowed to build, right?
Well, do you want to address this, Sean, since you reviewed it just today?
Yeah. It actually, the Article 27 trigger occurs with the major change in allowable land use, either by general plan amendment or zoning ordinance amendment.
Right.
So it'll, both the zoning ordinance
So we'll
amendment.
put the ordinance and the general plan.
Correct.
On
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct, and those would both be going
Okay,
on
that
March
clears,
3rd.
that clears that up. Okay.
Okay.
And other ordinance changes, that's a totally separate process. Okay. Let's see, the rooftop dining, CUP or AUP, a little concerned that, you know, you can go to 45 feet, then get another 10, so you're up at 55 feet. I mean, that's
Potentially.
That's like AES, the front line of AES. That's tall, right? Well, I think that's 86, but certainly parts of BCHD are around that height. That's a tall building, you know, fairly close to the street, not set back the way BCHD is. Seems like if we're allowing this extra footage for the 3 stories, we should limit the height, the total height that it can be with the elevator and other accoutrements, and then they can decide. 55 feet tall.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fair point.
And how do we describe, you know, is it 50% can be 55 feet, or is it 25%, or is it just an elevator shaft? You know, that the devil's in the details there, and I don't necessarily want to answer that tonight, but I'm concerned that 55 feet that close to the street. The other side is on an AUP, as long as we can define standards, like if it's overlooking yards behind it, if there's residential, it's got to be a solid wall so people aren't staring down, you know, into people's yards and windows and things like that. I'm not necessarily against an AUP, and up to the council, but that would be my concern there. And personally, I prefer if we're going to do a rooftop dining ordinance that we do it citywide versus just, while we're doing it, we should do it citywide, not just AACAP area. Did you see did you get to read the comments from Ms. McMorran, Ms. Mitchell, and from Arias related to this? They each provided pretty detailed comments, and I didn't know if you got the chance to go through them.
We saw the Arias comments.
Yeah, I reviewed the Arias ones. I reviewed the other ones as well, but I didn't have a chance to review it thoroughly. But I thought there were some productive, some helpful, constructive statements in there.
Rather than go through each of those items tonight, because they went to a lot of trouble to make those comments, and I think we should evaluate them. Rather than go through each of them here in the meeting, could you go through them and then come back at the next time and just say how you evaluated them?
Sure.
Maybe a matrix of the comment versus your response?
Sure.
Yes, we can do that.
Especially since they went to the level of detail they did. These weren't just email, I don't like this.
No, agree. All of them were constructive, I felt like. Some, again, some might fall into that administrative bucket that we don't need to act on immediately. Others, you know, might be subject to the development.
But rather than hash it all out here.
Right.
Okay, let's see. Transparency. I agree, we want big windows, but there's a negative side to that we've seen in certain types of commercial where it's actually a negative. It's, you know, overly lit and too much advertising and things like that to where it becomes gaudy and ugly, not an improvement. So would the standards somehow cover that, or is that part of the?
Well, the signage and lighting that they're working on might cover that.
Would that be covered by signage and lighting ordinance that we're working on?
It would be. What's in this draft ordinance, and it's still subject to input and change, are design guidelines to try to help achieve higher quality design. And in our investigation of what makes for an attractive storefront, it does seem like glazing and being open to the public view is definitely important to make it a more pedestrian oriented.
And I totally agree. Yeah. But that can turn into a detriment depending on what they put up on the inside of that glass. And I mean, design guidelines are guidelines. Do we have authority? Does that give us authority to stop something that's ugly? Or
they're mostly guidelines. Like, for example, there's a guideline about encouraging awnings at the front of the building.
Yeah, I
The
saw that.
transparency one is actually a prescriptive standard, the 70%.
That tells you how much you got to put in, but not how it has to look,
Correct.
right? Like no fluorescent lighting around the whole ring and.
Yes, and what we could do as an alternative, and maybe this would be trailing the zoning ordinance, is go back to the ACAP document and update the guidelines in that so that it builds on what's in this ordinance and has some visuals and some examples of the type of design that we are looking to see.
And again, these are great comments, and I do think we'll have the ability to address them. They are things that, in a sense, we can fill in the blanks, so to speak, as we advance this, not something necessarily subject to the Article 27 conversation. So we'll have the capacity to create
and if
those.
it's in a sign ordinance later,
Yeah.
I don't care. I just don't want to, we just went through a lot of trouble because of smoke shops
Right.
and, you know, the gaudy fronts they have. I'd hate to reintroduce it and then have to go and redo an ordinance or something after the fact.
Agreed.
Yeah, so we do intend to bring a citywide signage ordinance before the council
And that would
this
include
next
like
year.
glass.
It would, signage affixed to the windows and provide limitations on it. And
That's fine.
the important thing, and
You
that's
don't need to belabor it.
okay. And I did want to address the comment about the 10-foot structure for the rooftop dining. So the intent was that it be an unenclosed structure that allowance would apply to. There would be an exception for elevators, and we would need to address that in the code. But as I read through this, it says it's unenclosed accessory structures that may exceed that height limit. So that's, the idea is that they wouldn't have the same mass as an enclosed structure on top of the roof.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, Sean, our consultant, great job. I mean, you really nailed this. And to pick up where the city manager left off, it's bold, but it's balanced. Everything you have in here just hits exactly the direction that I think we as a council provided at our previous meeting. So thank you for putting in that time. And I'll say my residents and others who live and walk along Artesia Boulevard are incredibly excited about this. It's been many years in the making. It was kicked off a while ago, thanks to Councilmember Obaji and others, and you've carried the torch forward, so thank you for doing it. It means a lot. As far as just a couple things, the rooftop dining, great idea. I agree with what's been said. It should be an AUP. We'll have some standards in place. I'm sure they'll be reasonable and not too restrictive. I like the graphic that was used of the surfer girl location. That seems to be a pretty ideal way, you know, at least conceptually. You have the glass or whatever it may be. So thanks for including that. As far as to, you know, whether to do something citywide or not, I'll want to hear from other council members from other districts. This is not necessarily a one-size-fits-all, so I would not want that to delay or detract from what you've accomplished and what we're moving forward with on the ACAP. So please, full speed ahead on that. And, you know, I've reviewed, it was mentioned, I did review the other comments from the public, written and otherwise. I did think they were thoughtful, and I've evaluated them, and I considered them. And that's reflected in the comments I've made here tonight. So fully aware of those. I'm not sure if we need a full staff assignment for a matrix and the like to go point by point and do kind of that type of work with the limited resources we have. And I think we had a discussion about that a little earlier. But I'll leave that up to other council members to see where they want to go. You know, at the end of the day, I think the city manager, again, nailed it. This is an envelope. We can throttle back. We can make adjustments, but time's of the essence. So I'm ready to move forward, and I'm certainly ready to hear from other council members as to their thoughts and comments. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions and comments, but thank you for the presentation. It was great, very helpful. All the backup documentation we got was good. I read through that. I read through the comments we got from the public. And I guess the first question is, we've heard a lot about trees already. Some of the comments we got were asking about trees and landscaping requirements. Is that something that should be part of this, or is that something that's handled at another time?
I mean, high quality landscaping, tree installation, something we're obviously always looking for, very supportive of. I don't know. It will be, I believe, in our policy statements. I believe it will be covered in different administrative areas, not necessarily an Article 27 concern, I think, from a development intensification standpoint. But the statements that were made and some of the public feedback will evaluate. There will be an appropriate place to add that type of design standard obligation. I just don't know how critical it will be to our bigger election issue.
But we don't have to vote on that part. We can make changes to that.
Correct.
Landscaping design.
It's always good to pepper these documents with that kind of expectation, but we need to make sure it's applied in the right spot.
I think it'd be great to have that stuff, but I don't want to miss the election because we're worried about that, if we can add it in later. One of the other suggestions that resonated with me talked about ground floor being at grade as opposed to allowing stairs up and parking and things like that. That was a requirement that I thought actually really does help with the fact that we're trying to make this pedestrian, walkable, friendly. If I go around Riviera Village, pretty much everything's at grade. There's a couple that have a few steps, but definitely at grade's one of the ones that I think resonated with me more than anything else. I definitely feel that it's an AUP, not a CUP on this. We've got great staff, and as I found in other things, it can become burdensome when all of a sudden we're second guessing things that staff could have just done. It delays development, it delays projects. Full speed ahead on moving it that way. And selfishly, I would love citywide for the rooftop dining because Riviera Village is the perfect place for it. I don't want to delay this, cause problems if all of a sudden it's now, okay, that's the coastal zone and everything is different.
Right.
I want to be careful there. Right. I don't want to have unintended consequences, but if you want to make it citywide, I think that would be great. And if it's citywide outside the coastal zone and worry about coastal zone later, that's fine too. But
we're not going to separate.
Well, sometimes our code has coastal zone.
Got to be careful because it may trigger a separate Article 27 vote.
And that's why I want to be careful about those unintended consequences about ACAP versus
I mean by splitting it. If we split it into two things, it may be two votes.
So if it's citywide and that works great. I'm assuming Councilmember Castle would also think that rooftop dining, well, they have it actually at the Shade Hotel, but it's a good thing I think it's a good thing, especially in the coastal zone area where we are. I think I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think how we would react to that, I think the sentiment here is, and we agree with this, we would like to see rooftop dining be available throughout the community, no question. We're very sensitive to the concern that if somehow that process to evaluate that to make sure that the standards are appropriate in all locations slows us down, we'll identify how it would do so, we'll set it aside. If it can be easily applied throughout the community without additional noticing requirements or concerns due to the LCP or coastal zone, then we'll go ahead and tee this up for a citywide sort of rooftop dining policy vote. I'm sensing that we want to do as much as we can do, but we don't want to slow the whole thing down if that's what it would require.
Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So I agree with the comments made so far by Councilmembers Barrett and Waller. The problem we're trying to fix here that I've alluded to earlier in my announcements is we have businesses getting kicked out because rents are being raised on them. Look at Dave's Old Bookshop, look at Paint and Pour. They just paint over the mural and they kick out this bookshop and it sits vacant for months and months collecting no rent whatsoever. And the property owner's not doing anything new with the property. They're not decking it, they're not building anything new, they're not doing anything to revitalize, bring life to, bring economic prosperity to Artesia Boulevard, which is the goal here. Economic prosperity and opportunity, quality of life for the residents surrounding the neighborhood to walk somewhere, My number one concern regarding development on Artesia Boulevard was how is it going to impact the adjacent residential neighborhoods? Because on Matthews, you've got residences that abut the properties on the north side of Artesia Boulevard, and on the south side, you have Vanderbilt that has residential properties that abut. If we could share 2B, please. What's clear is right now, actually, under our ordinances, we've allowed properties to develop all the way to the property line and giving no space whatsoever to the residents across here. Now, on the flip side, under this ordinance, it says rooftop dining operations shall be set back 20 feet from a property line that is contiguous to a residential zone. Is there also a setback? I feel like I read a setback from the residential zone on these properties. What is that setback?
Yeah, there is a setback of 20 feet.
20 feet from the residential
From
zone.
the residentially zoned property and developed property. It can be amended through Planning Commission design review.
Okay, so you would not have developments like this, like where the South Bay Hardware, instead, the property would be built out over here to the front. Likewise, this massive property here is totally abutting the residential neighborhood with no setback whatsoever, casting a shadow. That would not be allowed. It'd be 20 feet setback. And yes, it could be higher, but it will be set back, which is an improvement, especially for those on Matthews, because the rear side of those is south facing and would be blocked from the sun. So I'm comforted by that. I did clock, and thank you, Director Weiner, for recognizing that an elevator shaft may need more than 10 feet, and so we're going to need to make an express exception for that. But this is the kind of drastic change I think that we're going to need to make in order to incentivize revitalization, reinvestment on Artesia Boulevard. And I thank Councilmember Barrett for reaching out to Arias and getting us an opinion about what we're doing there. And the repeat thing that we hear, the repetitive thing that we hear is people don't want to know all the hurdles that they're facing when they come into a jurisdiction to redevelop. And the more time it's going to take them to get to their entitlements, the more money it's going to cost them, the less interesting it is to them. And the quicker we can make the path to redevelopment on Artesia Boulevard, the more success I think we're likely to have. So, and I did, Ms. Mitchell, did consider and discuss with Director Weiner your concern about somebody exercising AB 2011 to get a concession and build above 45 feet. Our understanding, and we can confirm this with our housing council, is that if somebody decides to do an AB 2011 project, there is no limitation on how high they may go, regardless of whether we set our height limitation at 36 feet or 45 feet. But for the reasons that the city manager stated right now, I'm inclined to support going with the maximum 45 feet. I did consider, Mayor, your good point about privacy for the residents that are adjacent to the structure. I imagine if we require property owners, especially on the south side of the street here, to have a brick wall that they're going to be blocked from the sun. And I don't know that it's, I imagine that a brick wall is actually going to, or a solid wall, maybe even more expensive than potentially a glass or a windowed wall. But I wonder if there is some sort of privacy treatments, though, that we could require on, sometimes you see those buildings with shades on them or something.
Right. I think there are a few techniques. You can, and I don't want to speak for the planners, they can articulate this better than me, but just top of mind, we would encourage the developer to move the use forward and create buffers, not necessarily block wall buffers, but buffers to prohibit them from nearing the edge of the property that would then allow them to look down into. So whether it's through potted plants or other structural bollards or barriers or internal fencing on the roof internal to the operation, where kind of no-go zones for the public to then, because you got safety concerns. You need setback from the roof's edge anyway. I think we would address that through security elements, and I'm sure there are other creative treatments that would prohibit patrons of the rooftop dining from being able to just sit there and, get the binoculars out and look into everybody's backyard. So, and I don't necessarily think it has to be a.
People here we don't have backyards in District 4, right? Little slivers here, but.
Kitchen windows.
Look in their bedroom windows on the second floor.
Noted. All right, that's it. And I do strongly favor getting this on the ballot for June. So anything and everything we need to do to get on the ballot for June, I appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Castle.
I just wanted to just state my point that I'm in favor of the AUP because that makes it easier for developers to know upfront when they're buying a property what to expect, as opposed to making it more conditional where they have to probability weight that they may not get some large enhancement to the property. I'm in favor of citywide rooftop dining. I think outside of this area, maybe down at the Riviera, maybe down at the waterfront, the parking requirements for restaurants may prohibit additional restaurant square footage because that's a large component and limiting factor for restaurants around the city. And, I think the 45-foot height limit plus the 10 feet would be great. I think it's great that it's going to the voters ultimately to approve, so that, it sounds like we have a lot of support from people in the districts in North Redondo to support that. But I think that's great that that'll ultimately go to them. And then lastly, I think just in addition to the blue folder items that we received tonight, any other comments that come in that we could incorporate into our overall planning would be great. But I don't think we need a specific matrix on those 3 plans. But, I'm sure there were great comments that we can incorporate into what we're doing. So.
Yeah, we could put them into themes or buckets and give you a broad response on them. We could address them in the staff report on the 20th without a lot of, I think, consternation.
Okay. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything?
No, I think my colleagues covered it. I think there's a consensus for bold action, and thank you, staff, for preparing this and acting with expediency. And it sounds like we're in consensus to push this for June. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm supportive of the AUP as well. I hate the bureaucracy, and I think we need to reduce it to encourage investment. But with that, I think the council has to establish some policies that you can act on, so you know what the council's interested in.
And I think that's perfectly appropriate.
Yeah. So, we talked about like dance studios and not having CUPs for those, but then, that was there to protect sound from going into neighboring uses. So there has to be standards to do that. And I think the policies are important to instill at the same time that we do or at least in close order in conjunction with the vote. I also want to get this done. I mean, I was on GPAC when AACAP first came out, and it just seems like it's been taking forever, and I understand how we got to where we're at today. So I support moving forward. I do want to make sure that we're not doing something that violates Article 27 in the end. Right. So, okay. With that, you don't require, can you put up the slide on what you were looking for tonight? You were looking for,
Receiving file.
I think we've responded to the rooftop dining, correct?
I think you have. Sounds like there's consensus on the AUP, which we'll drive towards.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2 questions were the AUP versus CUP, and then whether it's
right?
the ACAP or citywide for rooftop dining.
And I think
our impression on the rooftop dining is if we can get it citywide without delay, we'll do it. If it's going to cause delay, we'll bifurcate.
That's what I'm hearing.
Move that we receive
You okay
and
with that?
file. And
Look at citywide, and if it creates a big constraint to get into June, we look at it separately.
Sure, sounds good.
So I would move that we receive and file the report.
Well, let me see that. Where's
correction.
the last page of your?
Okay, let me bring it up. Sorry.
Sorry, Brad.
He closed the presentation and showed us the nice background image.
Right. We just need a giant cliff.
And then once again, I'll just share the schedule because this is the correct one. So March 3rd, we have the adoption of the land use element and the zoning ordinance that would effectuate these code modifications. We do intend to take this to the Planning Commission in February for comments, and we will relay those comments to the City Council. It'd be calling for the election on the 3rd as well, and then it'd go on the June 2nd election. And we will evaluate how Article 27 applies to this and whether certain elements can be bifurcated. So we'll have a clear answer at the January 20th meeting. And then this was the recommendation.
So you've got the recommendations with respect to the rooftop dining.
Yes.
So we need to receive and file, and then we need to continue the discussion to January 20th.
Yep. And you gave us the AUP direction as well, so.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
was my motion.
Okay.
Receive and
So we have
file,
a motion, we
continue
have a
discussion.
second.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll go to public comment before we.
You're receiving the report, but are you providing direction to staff? What direction are you?
You've done that. You've given it to us on the rooftop dining and the AUP
And the
with
AUP.
Okay, got it.
exigency across all scenarios.
Okay, we'll go to so we're good on the motion and the second. Jim Mueller's the only card I have right now. So Jim, you'll kick off the public comment.
Evening again, Council. Bo Bass, the art consultant who spoke to you on December 16th, conducted the only survey of North Redondo residents I can find. And I must say that the people here, our esteemed staff, I did not hear any reference to a consumer survey or any discussion of what the people on Artesia or living around it actually want. Bass's survey delves into how people feel spending time as pedestrian shoppers on Artesia Boulevard. This is important because retail businesses want foot traffic. It's marketing 101. If the council had deemed it necessary to discuss this survey by Bass instead of how to decorate the tombstones on either end of Artesia and the life expectancy of crosswalk paint, they might have found out what the people actually want. But here's what Bass found and printed in his report, so I will read it for you. Most respondents said they primarily travel along Artesia Boulevard by car, with fewer walking, biking, or using public transit. Many noted that they would walk or bike more often if the corridor felt safer and more comfortable. They specifically mentioned speeding traffic, narrow sidewalks, and limited crossings as major barriers. Overall, Artesia Boulevard is viewed more as a vehicle corridor than a pedestrian-friendly community street. 31.6% of the respondents said traffic congestion and pedestrian safety are major concerns, followed by vacant areas, 27%, and the lack of gathering spaces, 23%. The report added that, quote, residents emphasize the need to transform Artesia into a welcoming, walkable corridor where people can gather, connect, and experience a sense of community pride. Last month, I presented to the Public Works Commission a 4-part plan to improve Artesia's walkability. I hope they consider it seriously and forward their recommendations to you. The big buildings create an oppressive feeling on the corridor. That's why we do not want multi-story buildings there. The council, until residents feel safe and comfortable walking and gathering on Artesia Boulevard, the city will never have real revenue-generating growth there. Fancy rooftop dining restaurants like the ones Alan Sanford opens up in South Redondo may succeed in touristy, beachy, affluent areas, but they will not succeed in a neighborhood that is primarily middle-class families, and to be successful, its commercial district must serve that demographic. Thank you.
I'm not sure why you singled out Alan Sanford when he has no rooftop dining on any of his buildings, but okay. Anyone else from the audience wish to address the council on this item? Come on up.
Thank you. They were out of cards, so.
Out of cards?
Yeah. Apparently everyone wanted to talk tonight. My name's Teresa Mitchell. I'm in District 4, and I did send comments, and I really appreciate you guys looking and considering and all of the work. I'm very excited to see this, and all the work that Councilman Obaji has mentioned in Zoom 4. I'm not going to repeat them because you have them, but I do want to say a couple things. I noticed that the MU1 was not included in any of the zoning changes in the ACAP, and about a third of Artesia Boulevard is MU1 zone. So if we're going to add design standards, it'd be really nice to have those included in that part of the corridor. So it's over from, I think, Aviation Way to Slauson. The other thing I'd like to say is that, like, I think it's taken 5 years to get to this point, and while I appreciate that we wanted to have it, we want to have a big, broad envelope for things to change. It's not likely that this is going to change again if it's not working. So I think it's very important for us to be specific on what we want in the commercial and not just promote blatant commercial development, but like shape the built environment to what we want. And so, like I said, the ground floor, like making sure we're not having obstructions in the like big railways and like handrails and stuff into the setbacks, allowing, because I think the landscaping was already addressed. There's landscaping required in the 5-foot setback, which doesn't give us more sidewalk space. So can we do the parkways so we get the street trees, we get the buffers? But the biggest thing, and I think, is the height limit. And from a builder's perspective, these are low-rise buildings if they're going to be under 4 feet. Floors 2 through 4, the building materials that are used for the most cost-effective construction require those to be like under 12 feet, which I think it's 11 foot 7 inches. So if we're going to allow 3 stories, 12 feet, or maybe 36 feet, or even 38, that parallels the MU1 zoning, I think is satisfactory. But like Mayor Light or one of you guys had said, is to allow 45 feet and then have another 10 feet on a rooftop dining that looks into our backyards, because those of us on Aviation, off of Aviation, we do have backyards. We are single family homes, and sitting into my friend's like bedroom and having somebody looking directly in, or our own bedrooms, is a bit obtrusive. So having that, I think rooftop dining is great. But I think and then the other thing that I think would be helpful to add back in is they eliminated the public open space, which makes sense on all of the smaller lots. But we do have 3 miles of like cornerstone properties that I think it actually is imperative. The big lots, the Rite Aid, and the grocery outlets. So maybe put a minimum, or lots over a certain size would have the public open space, but not the other. Sorry, I'm out of time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the detailed input.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yes, hi. First of all, thank you, Mr. Obaji, Council Obaji, for all your work on Artesia Boulevard. I personally lived on Artesia and Prospect for approximately 20 years. I raised my children at Maricosta High School. So I used Artesia and Aviation many times. And yes, we all know the problem there is traffic and the division between North Redondo and South Redondo. So, solution. Okay, so the building, great. It's great for them to have that rooftop. The businesses can have a view of Hollywood. Make it higher, okay? But also the lights, the traffic. In terms of the traffic, we need to really slow it down. It's 35 miles per hour on 190th, and then 35 miles per hour on Artesia with a bunch of children. You know what? Let's slow it down. Let's make it 15 miles per hour and call it North Redondo Village. We need the word village up there too. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly.
Holly Osborne, District 5, and I just have a question. I've never understood the no parking requirements for anybody, because it just seems to me that each person is going to take the maximum space, and then to the edge of their perimeter. And if everybody does that, and count on parking in the street or on maybe the post office or somewhere else, what happens when there's no parking left? Now, I know that, I believe it was the District 2 councilman said something that you can throttle these back, but would that require a different, another vote? I just don't understand how no parking requirements is going to work. I don't understand it, because you have to, a lot of times you have to take your car to the store to go buy something. So just please explain it. You got 2 minutes.
So I've had that question from multiple residents. Does somebody want to address that? Why the CSB is like no parking?
They're in the ACAP, I believe they found about 60% or 40% of the street parking on Artesia Boulevard was unoccupied most of the times, including peak times. There's no parking meters. There's always a free space whenever I go to Artesia Boulevard, go to Expo Cleaners, can pull right up, park right in front. P1. In addition, what we've understood from the development community is you don't need to mandate parking, and the UCLA Center for Parking Policy, you don't need to mandate policy. The communities are doing this all over the country. I actually went to a seminar where different communities talked about repealing their parking ordinances because the market will dictate how much parking they need. If you're going to have a business that's going to have a lot of people driving to it, you're going to put parking regardless of whether there's a parking requirement or not. You're going to find an agreement with a neighboring parcel that has parking to put in parking. So our trust is that the market will take care of it. Our plan also, as part of the ACAP, is to eventually fund and acquire a city lot for parking, a surface lot. So that's all in store. We had appropriated money for that before. We eventually had to redirect it towards the Manhattan Beach Boulevard project, I believe. But maybe in future years, 2-3 years down the line, we can reappropriate money for that once development gets going. Since I have the floor, are there still public speakers?
Yeah. I get to call for that, but I don't know, but it's public.
And I would say there was one more thing to add to that. I thought that was very well said. As I recall, our decision to ultimately eliminate the parking requirements, we also caveated at the time, if we create a parking problem, after we utilize all those surplus spaces that Councilmember Mobaji referenced, we have the ability then to reinstate parking standards. So that would be a wonderful problem for us to encounter. That means we will have been successful and we'll be addressing different issues than we are today.
And it doesn't require a vote.
And it does not require a vote to implement.
Of the people.
Vote of the council.
Of the council. It's an administrative action of the council, yes.
Okay. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, but there are two e-comments in support.
Okay. Councilman Castle has the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I
You didn't unraise your hand?
Oh, yeah. I think I left it up.
Okay, then Councilmember Mobaji, you got the floor.
All right. Thank you. So back to Mr. Mueller's point. You're complaining about the sidewalk not being wide. Fully with you. You know, when we're during the walk on Artesia, my wife and I are pushing a stroller. It's just impossible to get down side by side on Artesia Boulevard. In this ordinance, actually, in the staff report you see in the summary, that they require a setback of at least 3 to 5 feet in the front yard to expand the sidewalk space. So to get that additional sidewalk space and make it more walkable, it's only going to happen if somebody tears down the building and builds something new. And you're not going to incentivize that by keeping the same standards. You got to change something. What is that? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. So, but I do appreciate Ms. Mitchell's comments about the privacy. And another concern I had is, even if you add 3 to 5 feet to the sidewalk, you're still walking pretty close to the storefront. And I wonder if you're going to be able to see flat signage on the storefront. So, and this is getting into the weeds, and I don't think we need to necessarily finalize this tonight, right? This is going to be something we adopt later on. But when we come back to signage, Should we be requiring some sort of blade signs and the like, so that for the pedestrian environment, for the cars that are driving by at 35 miles per hour, they can see what businesses are there because they're not going to look at the flat signs. And can we eventually also come back with some sort of privacy protections, design standards that protect yards and the like?
Yeah, and that would be as part of the AUP process, that would be something that would be very critical. That'd be a critical condition and concern of staff in evaluating proposed projects, would be how it would impact adjacent residential communities.
Cool, thank you, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. One other point I think that's worth noting, we're at the tail end of this process after a lot of deliberation. I think people forget perhaps how much public input, how much deliberative community outreach there was that went into the development of the ACAP. It's a long time ago now. It probably feels like yesteryear, but with a lot of time and energy was spent in public outreach when we developed that ACAP document. In fact, that was the lion's share of the expense that we had in preparing the document. So, and the elements that were enshrined in that are reflected in these recommendations. So I think that's important to note. This isn't something we've done in a vacuum.
Well, not only that, the GPAC had open meetings in different parts of the community that discussed not just this, but other changes that were going on. So this had probably more public vetting than most of the things we discussed. So.
We've, if I may, Mayor.
Yes.
We've also discussed it at a number of community meetings, and I've walked my district not once, not twice, for three different elections, talking to people, specifically residents, neighbors, specifically about Artesia Boulevard, and everybody is thirsty for a change on Artesia Boulevard.
I think the one thing to just remind the public is we did approve a contract with Arias to help market and pull in key businesses for key nodes there. So we're not just waiting for it to happen to us. We're actually out trying to identify what would be the good businesses and then go find those to try to get them to bid to it. So, we're trying to pull all the strings here to make Artesia work, and I support that effort, of the council. So with that, I'm going to call the vote. Do we need to amend it for the privacy thing, or do you got that?
We're taking notes. We're gathering that. Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Understood.
All for?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, motion passes.
And Mayor, I'd like to make a motion for a 5-minute break for the students.
Okay, motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then come back to N2.
I was about to get up.
please.
Yes, Councilmember Waller. Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly Jedovich. Here. Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're going to item N2, discussion and possible action on general plan land use element update with specific focus on policies related to historic preservation. Now, this won't affect the Article 27 vote.
That would going to be my introductory comment, and I'll turn it over to Mark.
Okay.
This is in the, I don't know, maybe not the right, it's in the, call it the mid burner bucket as opposed to the front burner bucket, right? This one, this is an introductory conversation. It was part of our strategic plan. It's been something that I think is a long time coming, but it is an introductory conversation. We're looking for sort of broad policy reaction and discussion tonight. We do not have to resolve anything as it pertains to these policies. We'll have time to do that. This isn't as time sensitive as the other items that we discussed earlier. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. And Melissa, could you bring up the presentation? So as stated in the title, this is related to the land use element update, and it's specifically historic preservation policies within the land use element. So we're going to be discussing the policies tonight and receiving policy direction from the City Council. However, first I want to give an overview of the city's current historic preservation program, because that will factor into what policy decisions you make. So the city has a historic preservation program, and it consists of the municipal code ordinance, which provides the process for nominating a structure and the allowance for a Mills Act, and really kind of the meat of the program is there. The city also has a historic context statement, which is a document that really gets into the history of the city, the history of its development patterns, and it can be used as a guide when determining if a building is potentially historic based on its architecture or the person that lived there or events that may have occurred there. And then we also have a historic preservation plan, which is kind of like a guideline document. It's not as enforceable as the ordinance, but provides some requirements and guidance on reviewing modifications to historic properties and other such things. So that is the city's historic preservation program. And the municipal code has several stated purposes of the program. I've just highlighted a few of them here. I think there's a few additional. But one is to safeguard the city's heritage by encouraging protection of landmarks, also fostering civic and neighborhood pride with the sense of identity. Historic buildings do add identity and character to a city. To enhance the visual character of the city is one of the purposes. And there is a purpose that states to protect and safeguard property rights. And that's the important ones that factors into the process for nominating a property as a historic landmark. So a little bit about the nomination process for a local landmark. Pursuant to our municipal code, this can only be nominated by the property owner. They have to submit an application requesting to be added to the landmark status. The property must be at least 50 years old, and the decision is subject to specific criteria as to whether the property qualifies as historic. It can be 30 years old, but it needs to be exceptional or risk of demolition according to the code. And then there's also a process for creating historic districts, which is where you have a number of landmarks all within proximity of each other, and all the owners opt in to create a historic district, and the boundaries of that are contiguous with those properties that are in it, that have volunteered to be in it. So regarding historic landmarks, we currently have 154 properties on our register. These were all owner nominated. They're all eligible for the Mills Act. The Mills Act is an agreement that reduces property taxes pretty extensively.
Just quickly, owner nominated meaning what?
That means the owner applied for the landmark status.
Okay. Voluntary.
Yes,
all right,
voluntary.
Thank you, Mayor.
So the Mills Act is an agreement that reduces the property taxes in some cases up to as much as 50% in exchange for the owner's agreement to do maintenance and repair on the historic building. You need to be a landmark property in order to obtain a Mills Act contract. So this is one of the large incentives that incentivizes property owners to landmark their property. I mentioned before there's criteria for landmarking. It's fairly general in the code. It's that it has historical, cultural, aesthetic, or architectural character or value, represents a period of architecture within the city. And it's not a real rigorous set of criteria for being listed, but there are some criteria. There's also another category separate from the landmark properties, and that's the potential historic resource list. For this list, these properties were not designated or listed by the owner. In fact, the owners may, in some cases, be unaware that they're on this list. It's based on a survey that was performed between 1986 and 1996, so it's about 30 years old. It's a historic resource survey where a professional basically drove through the city. They did a windshield survey. They spotted different houses and decided that based on the architectural characteristics that they should be included on this list. There's over 1,000 properties on this list. 173 of those are rated A or B. The remainder are rated C and D, so the majority are in the C and D category. And for these A and B properties, according to the municipal code, they are treated as historic resources. They require a certificate of appropriateness for modifications or demolitions to the building. That goes before the Public Amenities Commission, and that would apply to those 173 A or B properties. So there are some issues with this, and this was noted in the staff report. One is the Public Resources Code notes that survey should be updated every 5 years to stay legally valid. And in this case, it's nearly 30 years old. Actually, it is 30 years old at this point. Also, this mandating of treating the property as historic conflicts with the sections of the code that say that requires owner consent. So there is a conflict there in terms of the requirement for owner consent and the safeguarding of property rights, which is a stated purpose up front. And really, for these two reasons, there's limited ability to impose the historic requirements on these properties that are on this resource list that are deemed potentially historic. I mentioned the certificate of appropriateness. That's the discretionary process if you want to make a modification to a landmark property or a property it's potentially historic. There are criteria in order to issue this. It's issued by the Public Amenities Commission, previously the Preservation Commission. And generally, when reviewing application for modifications, we apply the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. This is stated in our historic preservation plan. And the general standards for that are that you maintain the street-facing elevations of the building, any additions to it be subordinate in size and mass, that they have to be differentiated. There's specific guidelines that would be applied to these historic properties, and that's what we review when we issue a COA. From there, I want to go in a little bit about CEQA requirements, because there are some requirements that are outside of the city's regulations and code related to the California Environmental Equality Act. So in order for CEQA to apply to a historic resource, it must be eligible for the state or national register or listed on those registers. And then there are 4 criteria that for the state register that need to be met in order, just one of these needs to be met in order for it to be eligible or listed. And from my experience, usually criteria number 3 is the one that triggers it. It's related to the architecture, or if there was a noteworthy architect that designed or constructed the building. This one seems to factor in a lot when you're looking at its state eligibility. Also, whether it's associated with lives of persons important from our past. And I think what's interesting about that one is it's a little subjective as to what the prominence of the person is. For example, in our historic context statement, it made note that somebody was a former council member and they lived in a house. But does that mean that that's historic because of that? And it's really a matter of opinion. So your home may be historic one day.
Just because you live there.
Right. So that's a little bit about CEQA, but I just want the council be aware that CEQA does cover historic preservation, and it does not address the local landmark properties. It only addresses those that are eligible for the state and national register. Not to say that some of the properties on the landmark would not be eligible for that based on these somewhat broad criteria. So the reason we're discussing this item tonight, I'm giving the background, is because there are policies in the land use element that address historic preservation. Our existing general plan land use element does not have any historic preservation policies, so these would be new to the general plan. And I provided a list in the staff report. I'm not going to put the list on the screen unless the council would like me to go through those individually. I did want to point your attention to policy LU 7.1, and the Planning Commission reviewed this on August 1st, 2024, and they had some recommendations on it, and that's the section that's underlined, the second half of the paragraph there. And then they also had some recommendations for the implementation measures of the historic preservation policies. And really, without reading it verbatim, these recommended modifications address strengthening the city's ability to designate a resource and creating a process that can be interpreted that would mean the city would have more of a say in when a resource is designated as opposed to the property owner. But I did want to bring that to your consideration. I think the other policies in the general plan are pretty straightforward. They basically recommend, they encourage doing what we already do in terms of the voluntary process and maintaining our inventory and the like.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The other policies in the general plan, land use element, yeah. So there are some policy considerations I want to present to the city council. And I think the one that's kind of really the crux of it is, should the land use element policies and associated ordinance that we have continue with the voluntary designation or provide the city with the ability to designate properties? And in short, does the city council agree with the amendments proposed by the Planning Commission? And I'll give both sides of it. Mandating historic designation would provide greater protection for properties that are 50 years and older. We would certainly get that. However, it's worth noting it would impact property rights and comes with potential legal and political challenges. Historic preservation is probably one of the more impactful zoning regulations you can apply to a property, because if you're designated, you're generally prohibited from demolishing the building and limited in terms of the alterations you can make to it. And there is significantly more process if you want to make alterations, even changing out the windows if you're historic. So there's a lot involved with it. It's also worth noting that we are seeing about 3 to 4 properties voluntarily listed each year. And usually this is because they want to obtain the Mills Act contract as the incentive. So we've seen pretty good numbers in terms of voluntary applications. We have 154 on the register. Did you have a comment,
Very quick, if I may, Mayor. What is the Mills Act contract?
So it's an agreement between the city and the property owner. It reduces the property taxes. There's a formula for it that the county assessor uses. It's pretty complicated, but it generally results in about a 50% property tax reduction. But as part of that agreement, the owner agrees to perform repair and maintenance, use the additional, the saved money on repair and maintenance of the structure moving forward.
For a limited period of time.
That's right, for 10 years, and then it can renew for at the end of the 10 years. So the city The city, there is some cost in terms of property tax revenue, and I think we just had one maybe on the last meeting, and we identified that. It's pretty nominal, but there is a cost, and it does add up.
How many do we lose that were on the previous historic surveys? I noticed we quit tracking that in 2021.
Sorry, do you mean?
How many get demolished or altered to the point where they're no longer
You mean
an
that
A or
are,
B on the historic list?
like ones that are in the C and D category?
No, on the A and B.
Yeah. Once.
Yeah, over the last, let's say, 10 years, I think we've taken 3 to 5 through the process that were A's and B's and landmarks that were then delisted and demolished. And there was extensive historic research was done to determine that, and I'm not sure if they were landmarked. I'm just talking A's and B's. And they had been alterations done without permits. They'd been, the quality of the historic resource had been significantly degraded. And as a result of that, we were able to make the findings required for demolition through the certificate of appropriateness
Because
process.
I noticed we tracked it, at least the document you gave us was tracked through 21, but wasn't tracked after that. And there's like a dozen that had dropped off the list that were, and I haven't gone through the list to look around, but I know on my street, I'm not sure we've identified them all, but I know on my street, all but one historic home from the 1914, 1920 area have gone. And the most recent one was just this past year. I don't see it reflected on the list. And well, I'll get into it later.
Yeah.
So, thanks.
And we're certainly reviewing the lists. We've been upgrading, doing a lot of work on the list to get them, make sure they're accurate and reflect what's going on right now. So some of those that we might have done in the from 2021, those will be reflected as we go forward.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll get back to the list. So yeah, we've had about 3 to 4 per year on average, which is fairly decent. I do think that we could increase this number with more outreach and marketing of the Historic Preservation Program, trying to market the benefits of the Mills Act, educating on what you can do with a historic resource, because you can make modifications, and the city has a track record of approving modifications to those, so you're not completely limited. So I do think with more outreach, we could increase that number of voluntary applications. And the Public Amenities Commission recently formed a subcommittee that I'm working with, and we're brainstorming ideas for how to do that through marketing materials, through events, various things.
You have the tool. I was going to say you have the tools you need to do that.
We do, which is really staff resources, but the committee is going to be assisting. They're going to be rolling up the sleeves and helping. We're also going to be updating the web page and creating a better page designated along with the entire community development web page. So the other thing I'd like for the council to consider is whether to amend the municipal code to remove the requirement that potential historic resources rated as A or B be treated as historic landmarks. And as I previously stated, this is based on the fact that that survey is over 30 years old. So I think it's legally fraught. It's not for creating a presumption of historicity. We have 173 properties rated as A or B. The owners did not provide consent to be on that list and to have their property treated as a historic resource, yet the code is requiring that. It kind of does two things. The code's saying it's the owner consent process, but yet we're requiring a certificate of appropriateness if you want to make modifications. So there's definitely an inconsistency there. So that's another policy consideration for the city council. And then finally, should the city move forward with preparing an updated historic resources survey at this time, there are some benefits to that. There would be some value, and that would provide additional information on buildings that are 50 plus years and older. The current survey is outdated. I guess the potential cons would be, it would be costly, potentially 100 to 200,000 or more. It would create a new list of potentially historic properties, and as the code is currently written, those would potentially be treated as historic properties unless we amend the code. There also needs to be significant outreach and notification to the affected property owners on this, and that would be considerable staff time and an intensive effort to do that. So there is, getting a survey done goes beyond, it's not as simple as just assessing the properties. It comes with some weight, some teeth behind it in terms of what it means for the property also. So staff's recommendation is to receive and file the report and provide policy direction to staff. Continue the land use element discussion to January 20th, which we had discussed with the previous item. And then also staff recommends that you direct staff to prepare an ordinance amending the municipal code, making it so that potential historic resources are not treated as landmark properties. And that's if the council supports the voluntary program. If the council wants to go in the direction of making it a mandate, then we should probably change the code so there's consistency so it goes in that direction. And that concludes the presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. So the whole reason I got interested in this was long before I was on council. There was articles and there was hearings about a property in North Redondo that was actually very historical. It's one of the oldest, if not the oldest building in North Redondo, was stone construction and was related to the Dominguez family, who they were the ones who held the ranch that eventually got moved into, became Redondo. And somehow, even though you say our ordinances are proscriptive and we got all this power, we weren't able to save that building. And if we couldn't save the oldest, most historic building in North Redondo, we have no teeth already. And so am I getting that wrong?
No, in some ways, no, I don't believe. Now, I think this is an example of, it was a historic resource or potential historic resource that was in a condition that was significantly degraded. And as a result, qualified, and we were able to make the findings that it could, through the certificate of appropriateness, be demolished.
Right, but it would still, I saw the pictures in the paper, it still looked very historic, even without being an A or B, and yet we just let the guy demolish the oldest building in North Redondo, most historic. If we can't do that, now you're wanting to erode it even more. Why even have a preservation as part of our policies? I mean, it's ridiculous. We are one of the oldest cities on the coast in our section of California, and we're losing our history every year, and we're not protecting it. I don't understand why staff is recommending going even worse than we are today. And like I said, I moved in here in 1989. I see the erosion of historic buildings on my street, and that was part of the character of the city, was to see that history, those historic bungalows and cottages and craftsman homes and the Spanish, I forget what you call it, colonial. And those are eroding. Avira, you see it eroding. And yet our standards, if we apply this, doesn't mean you can't alter the home, doesn't mean you can't expand it. It just has certain requirements to keep that historic look and that historic structure. You can do whatever you want on the inside. You can do whatever you want on the unexposed sides. But things like the Sweetser House, I forget what the one on Catalina, that's the Craftsman. There's just tons of these that we are losing. And what happens is, yeah, the parents who own it, they maintain it, but then they pass away. Kids don't care. They just want to maximize the return on investment, and which they didn't invest in. They just want to maximize their revenue. And so they sell it to a developer who's certainly not going to voluntarily enter into a voluntary agreement on the thing, and they tear it down and put up a 2 or 3 on lot. Has no character. Yeah, and so, I don't understand this push and recommendation from staff to erode what is already not working here in the city.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the policy concerns that you're raising. The basis for this recommendation is to address the inconsistency that we have that exists in the code today and to address what we feel is the legality and the basis for the A and B
Well, I
designation.
understand, but then why isn't the recommendation to make the rest of the ordinance congruent with the mandatory evaluation of?
Because the basis for the A and B has to be substantiated through a more iterative process. We have not had that iterative process, and in order to have that iterative process, we have to spend money and significant time. So
we talked about this both at budget and at strategic planning. It says prepare a contract for completion of citywide historic resources survey.
Right, and what we're doing for you today is we're identifying that as being it's a very deliberate effort, and it's going to be time intensive, and we don't right now have the capacity in the community development department to execute on that. So in the meantime, right, and this becomes the broad policy discussion that you all need to have. Do you want a voluntary program, or do you want a more restrictive obligatory program? If the answer is the latter, we're going to need to execute a more contemporary resource survey that includes that iterative process out of fairness to the property owners, so then we can extract the regulations that we ultimately would impose inside of that updated ordinance. If we're sticking with the voluntary program, which we've been using for quite some time, we need to eliminate this inconsistency in the ordinance so we avoid confusion, because we don't have great basis of fact to require a property owner. Thus far, it has not been an issue because
we've never been taken to court over this.
Well, because we haven't denied any property owners. The Stonehouse you referenced, ultimately, the advice at the time was we don't have the legal basis to justify a denial for that demolition. And that is largely the case for all of our A and B properties currently because of the nature of the survey and when it was created and how it was created.
From those surveys, you went through over 3,000 different buildings that potentially qualified, 173 or 4.
Six or whatever it is.
Whatever it is, 170 something.
Right.
Out of the 30,000 some
Which is a small
residential
percentage,
units, that's less than 0.5% of the properties today.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a paltry number.
And that's a fair point. What we're trying to address is the inconsistency and making sure that we have solid legal basis. That's it. So ultimately, the balance of this discussion is policy. Do you all believe the community wants to preserve these things more rigorously, or do we want to stick with the more what I would describe as property right heavy voluntary based program?
Yeah, and I don't think, the cities that have implemented stronger ordinances, such as Eureka, have been tested in court and have survived, and they've actually provided economic value to the city because you're preserving that history. I mean, I stopped by just to see the core of their downtown that's been preserved like it was. You go to areas of San Francisco where you got the Victorian style row houses. They can't tear those down and put up some new construction. And those are very popular tourist destinations. Yep. We lose the character and the history of this city with each one of these we tear down. Yep. And it's eroding. We've got the Wells Fargo. We're about to lose some very important artwork. There's a mosaic that's red and black with some gold tile of birds on the Wells Fargo building at PCH and Torrance. We have no teeth to preserve that. If the post office ever shuts down, they've got 3 murals that were from the Public Works era. We have no process to preserve the art in there. So it's not just buildings, it's art, it's landmarks, things like that we have no teeth to preserve today.
Yeah, we have to appeal to the property owner's sensibility in these matters.
And the way things are turning over today, and with the one thing that stands up against the housing mandates is historical resources. So,
and that's all true. And so we as a group, and when I say we, council, this is a policy call. We have to pick a lane, and then we'll advise as to how we execute that lane.
And we're relying on the Mills Act as this big savior, but it's only for 10 years. So the kids inherited it, the parents died, kids inherit it. At the end of 10 years, they scrape it. And so the Mills Act is only a temporary savior for our oldest structures. And we've got more structures that should be evaluated. There's some very unique mid-century modern stuff that now meets, in fact, this building is mid-century modern. Potentially historic resources. There's specific buildings that are very unique to that kind of style of architecture. Right now, we don't even have them on a historic resource list, so somebody could just scrape it today. And CEQA hasn't provided the value that to save anything. So I'm very appalled by the lack of care for our historic heritage in this city. When we're the oldest, Manhattan Beach, we were here before Manhattan Beach, we were here before Hermosa, and we just disregard our history left and right. So anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. I apologize for that. Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor. Very good presentation. I thought it was thorough. The agenda packet was chock full of information. Good point on amending the ordinance as needed. All of that was in here, so very much appreciated. Looking at the recommendations, they seem to strike the right balance. And in particular, the voluntary program seems to be making really good progress. And I believe our director, Weiner, has experience in that area. And it's 3 to 4 or more a year of folks voluntarily signing up. That seems like a pretty solid number. What I'd like to see is that additional outreach and support from the PAC subcommittee to do more, to educate folks and let them know, hey, we have a voluntary program. There are tax benefits. It's 10 years. It could be longer. If I understand the Mills Act correctly, you could extend it beyond 10 years after that 10-year period and keep renewing. So whatever we can do to incentivize folks under the current voluntary program, I think makes a lot of sense. And if that's the direction the council decides to go, it'd be helpful to hear back from you, Director Weiner, on your progress and any tools that we could provide to assist in that respect. I think we'd all want to know about. It's the mandate. I think we all care about history and historic resources, regardless of who you are. We have a great city. The mandate does seem controversial and unnecessary if we're making good progress now. And I'm a little reluctant to kind of flip that switch and do a 180 of where we're going, especially before you have an opportunity to do that additional outreach. And just for me personally, I'm a little reluctant as well to kind of invade the province of a private owner of a home who maybe has maintained it for 50 years or what have. Maybe they built the home. Maybe it was my great granddad who built the home. We've lived here. This is our home. And they may be in a situation where if we mandate that they can't do anything with it, we've basically evaporated the equity in the home. May prevent somebody from retiring, sending their kids to college, elder care, medical benefits. So that's dramatic, that's drastic. And we, unfortunately, we're not in a position as a city to say, hey, we'll buy that home. Okay, we'll give you the difference in price between the home as a historic resource and what you would get on the market. We'll cut you a check, we'll take over the home, or we'll lift it up and take it to Dominguez Park. We just don't have those resources, and I didn't see anything in the report that says those resources are available elsewhere. That would be ideal. Unfortunately, it's just not reality. And it would be a little unfair for us, from my perspective, to kind of do that. So, and then I think it was mentioned, and it was in the report, the Historic Resource Survey. Unfortunately, that's not a free swing. I think it was like $175,000. Yeah. And that was 2 years ago. So I don't know, maybe it's 200,000 now, 2.25. And it's not, plug and go and you have a consultant come back with a report based on what I'm hearing tonight. That's extensive staff time. And it requires community engagement and involvement and everything else. So if we were at the point where it was like, hey, we got to do that, then yeah. But we're not there, at least from my perspective. So that's all I had, Mayor. We've got other folks up here who got other and additional ideas I'd like to hear about. And so that's all. Thank you.
Have we lost historic homes? Have we
Lost, is it?
demolished historic homes?
The property owners have demolished some potentially historic
We
resources.
added to the 175 historic homes that we've designated as A and B?
No, those were done through the survey, and since then, no additional surveys have been conducted
So
to.
we're losing historic. The program has not increased our number of historic homes.
Well, some have been added through the register, so through the voluntary historic landmarking.
For landmarking. Some of those that have been landmarked are Cs, and I don't know if we've had any Ds, but we've had Cs that have qualified and been
So do we have a net
landmarked.
increase in the 175, or have we had a net loss in the 175?
I would say a net increase.
Of how many?
We'd have to come back to the council with that. I don't.
But we've lost As and Bs.
Very few.
There's 20, at
In the
least,
10
there's at
I've
least a
been
dozen
here.
that I counted,
10 years.
just going through the list
Well,
through
and I think, and out
2021.
of fairness, Mayor, we are aware of like the Stonehouse and things that came through the appropriate process under the code, right, to achieve
So
the.
we haven't gone window survey and
That's the-
said,
yeah.
all these other ones that aren't listed
I don't want to
as-
tell you we've had a net increase. For the homes we're aware of that have been participatory in either process, we have a net increase. But those
But
things
we've
that
lost
were,
As and Bs.
we have lost some As and Bs. What we don't know is how many have been lost that have perhaps been demolished outside
I
of that
agree.
context.
And I've not,
And we have
there's a
not done
couple
a
on there
count.
that I drove to
Yeah.
see and they're not there and they're not marked as reviewed.
So I don't want to tell you we've grown. We might be able to pull that information and give you some more data points the next time
I'm
we
just
talk
getting,
about this, but.
the program's not effective if we're losing stuff that we designated as As and Bs.
Well,
And we've lost at least a dozen of those since.
I would rather say that the windshield survey in 1996 designated as A and B. I struggle with the word, because the survey is so outdated, it's hard to really put a lot of validity to it. That's
No, I
our
bet
concern.
some of those have been modified, which is further to the
Correct.
point where
Could
they
be
aren't As and
modified.
Bs, which is further evidence
Could
that the
be.
program's ineffective.
It could be all of those things.
So we let them modify it so it drops off the As and Bs, and then we count it as, well, then it's not a loss of a historic resource.
Well, they could modify it and it would stay as A or B. If they demolish it, then it goes away. But if they
No,
do
I
the
know that
modifications,
It says in there that if they modify, the Cs and Ds are modified to the point where they're no longer historical. So we could be losing, if they're not going through the process.
well, the A's and B's do go through the process.
You just said that there's escapes that may not.
There's a certificate of appropriateness, so they have to make modifications consistent with the Secretary's standards, or they can request a full demolition. We did have two that went to the Public Amenities Commission recently. With one of those, there was a historic report that stated numerous alterations that were made over the years that the building had lost its integrity. The other one, I can't recall why it wasn't historic, but it was beyond. There is depth to the analysis beyond the windshield survey assessment.
I think anybody who's lived here for any amount of time can objectively state that we've lost historic resources in the city and that the program's been ineffective. I can look at my street and tell you that the character of the street has changed from 1914 to 1920 bungalows to modern construction, and 2 and 3 on a lot. So, and that's objective. That's a number of homes that have been lost that were of those ages. So I disagree with the assessment that our current program is effective. Councilmember Waller.
Thank you, Mayor. Sort of jumping right into the meat of it, the opt-in versus being opted in. I'm hesitant to go forward with opting people in if we don't have that full accurate survey. that windshield survey is called a windshield survey as far as I can tell, because somebody drove around and looked at houses and had a notebook and wrote stuff down. I don't think that it was knocking on the door of any houses. It was before the days of aerial surveys or Google map surveys or drones or anything like that. So I vacillate back and forth about private property rights versus preservation on that. But I think what I'd like to see is maybe a piecemeal approach where we maybe move towards that, but we're not there yet. And until we've found the budget to do that full survey, I don't know if we can do that. But in the meantime, I think there's a lot of good things that we can do. I talked to the city manager about a less formal survey, whether it be Preservation Commission, volunteers, third-party consultants going off, and there's a lot of, I know of one house on my block that isn't in that survey, and it's from the 1920s. And so I think the windshield survey was okay, but I think if we did a much better survey and then did a really strong outreach and marketing, where we went to all of the people that we identified that had potentially historic houses and let them know you can designate yourself as historic, you can use the benefit of the Mills Act, it'll save you this amount of money, it'll do all that stuff. We're not doing any of that. And if we do that, I think that would be a big help in moving us forward and actually preserving a lot of these houses without getting into the, hey, guess what, you are now historic, you're going to have to go off and sue us to get out of it. I'm a little bit worried about that part of it, but if we're successful with this and a few years from now the economy's turned around a little bit and we've got the $200,000 for the real survey, then I think it's time for the discussion as to whether it become something where people are opted in without their permission or knowledge. Definitely right now, people have been basically opted in without their knowledge. And for the people that want to have historic houses, no big deal. But I could see it being an issue for somebody who didn't realize it and could cause gross expense to the city. But I think the informal identification, communications, marketing goes a long way. And at the same time, a little bit more coordination with the owners, communication, facilitating communication between the owners of historic properties. They all have similar problems that they need to solve, whether it be a contractor that they all might want to use, or a source for doors for their house that might be off in somebody's backyard. It's all, we can all help, they can all help each other. They've got the historic properties, they want to do it. Another one is 50 years and older. I don't know if that's a good criteria anymore. My house is far more than 50 years old. Maybe in a few years when they want to designate it as somebody famous lived there, great. But I don't see, I don't see my 1947 house necessarily being historic, at least not until all the other houses built at the same time have been demolished and turned on into big monster houses. At that point, sure, my house becomes unique. But, whether we want to say pre-World War II houses or pre-1950 houses or come up with a date instead of this 50 years, which will roll, and 25 years from now, we're going to have some of these houses that are, manufactured homes almost, that all of a sudden it's like, oh, look, the Anastasi tract is now historic. I don't think that's what this has been built for. So that's, I guess, my feedback on those. Looking at some of my other notes. I think that's good for now. I may raise my hand again if I realize I forgot something.
Yeah, I agree the way we did it in the past is wrong. And if you look at the ordinances from some other towns, they all have, when the city designates that something is historic, you have to coordinate with the current homeowner, and there's an appeal process that they can appeal to not be in there if the city is trying to designate it as historic. So it's not an arbitrary and capricious, you're historic, you have no say in the matter. So there are ways to incorporate that. And the grading system does weed out what you were talking about, is just because it's 50 years old doesn't mean it's historic. You know, you could be a perfectly pristine, your house may not have been modified since it was built 50 years ago, but that D says it's not a unique style or, as historic development. So I think the grading does rule out just because it's old doesn't mean it's historic.
Right, but old, I think the definition of old is changing over time.
What is, I think there's some mid-century modern right now that we should be considering.
70's the new 50.
Okay, let's see, Councilmember Castle.
So I just had first of all, a quick question for the city attorney in terms of enforcing it, because there is the disagreement between what we have in the ordinances and what we have in this policy. I mean, that if someone did sue, it would be easy to defeat being included in that the way it's written now. And then the 5-year survey hasn't been done in 30 years.
That's correct.
Okay. So I think we should clean up that language just for that sake. But I also think, to a number of the points Councilmember Barron stated, that it should be voluntary, and the Mills Act, I think, is a great program for that, to protect our history. And I think that one of the things I was thinking about that wasn't available in 1996 were databases. So things like in our systems today, we have the C of Os of every building in Redondo Beach, and could easily do a search for buildings older than 50 years, 60 years, 70 years, and contact those owners and say, hey, your property may be eligible to fall under the Mills Act and get certain benefits and protections as it's a historic property in Redondo Beach. That may be a way to sort of bridge the gap between where we are today and having a brand new intensive wind chill survey, and then followed up with lots of staff time, which could take a couple of years before we could get it into the budget. But that might be something we could do soon.
Yeah, it's a good recommendation.
Yeah, there's and Councilman Waller, if alluded to it as well, there's an in-between kind of data gathering, information gathering, kind of update of our previous inventory, if you will, an assessment of our current resources that falls short of the formal survey that would force or lead to the forcible opt-in following the appeals and the like. So there's anything in between that. So there's other research and data gathering we could do, under the lens of building on our voluntary program that we haven't done, obviously, for 30 plus years. So it's not necessarily an all or nothing proposition here. There's an in-between step.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that I think the city, at some point, we could do a survey. I think it's just important that it doesn't mean it jumps straight to being historic. It's a survey, it's for information purposes, and then we can use that as a resource if an application comes through for the property, or if the property owner wants to designate their property as historic. But I think it's important that survey doesn't go straight to making the property historic as it does now, unless that's a policy direction the council wants to go, and then we would have to create a process and an ordinance that supports that.
In District 2, I believe it's on Emerald Street, where we do have a number of historic properties on a couple of blocks there that have come together. And in addition to several of them participating in the Mills Act, they're actually looking to form a historic district on those blocks in that stretch of the street. The other issue that I have with making it mandatory is that, we spent the first half of the meeting talking about reinvigorating Artesia. And on the land use language that they had in there, it would include commercial properties. And most of the commercial properties on Artesia are more than 50 years old.
But are they historic?
Well, that would be the argument. So, if they were included in a new survey, then it could create problems with, owners trying to bring them up to code. Because one of the issues with a number of the older properties, and I know we have that, it's a 2-story taxpayer, I forget, it was the vacuum cleaner building in something else on the other half, I forget that. But one of the issues with 1930s retail frontage buildings, it's not conducive to what retail is today and how people shop. So that's when, in the plans, when they were talking about having the 70% of frontage be glass, that's more of what consumers want to have when they're, like Mr. Mueller, walking down the street. Like, that's not what the old retail spaces were. So as we try to reinvigorate Artesia, change the FAR, the owners of those properties need to be able to do that. And so, I would, support a voluntary program for things like that. It's just my thoughts on it.
So Mills Act is temporary.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
temporary. It's not a preservation ordinance. It's temporary.
Yeah,
tax benefit to a homeowner.
Right, that they can renew at the end of the 10 years.
When they die and pass it on to someone else.
Right, but at the same time, a number of people
protecting historic resources.
Well, a number of people, when they buy their homes, they look to pass them on to their children as probably their largest single asset in terms of household net worth. And so I think passing that on to their children and giving their children the options to either sell it, stay there, is something that parents are trying to do. So, I mean, I wouldn't, again, want to take that flexibility away from property owners. So, but the kid...
How much does a bungalow go in your historic districts?
I mean, I don't have the number off.
I guarantee it's over $1 million.
It's over $1 million, yeah, right.
So they're not going to go walk away with nothing.
Right, but if it were a $2 million property, outside of it, that's $1 million out of their, estate.
Well, I was actually going to just make that point as well. I mean, more wealth is accumulated through property ownership than any other means, and to villainize those who would, that younger generation that doesn't nearly have the opportunity that previous generations did to capitalize on that wealth is completely inappropriate. But I mean, it's irrelevant how much money they're going to make, and it's not for us to determine what is appropriate. And so I just think there's a balance of how we structure this to preserve history, because it is important, but it can't be, we don't get to decide what wealth people get to keep. And I think some of the points that are made here, I think it's clear that we need to do a better job. We're not doing a great job now. We should update the survey either professionally when we have the budget or in another creative ways that have been mentioned here. I think there's other community support to voluntarily, increase outreach to inform residents that have these potential properties. And I do think that would move the needle. And so that's where I would be in favor of right now. And I understand that, but I do want to be careful how we talk about those who might be participating in wealth that has been passed down.
Okay. I thought this was on the budget.
It was approved in the 24-25 fiscal year budget. That has lapsed. In order for it to be reapproved and reinstated in this current fiscal year budget during our year-end carryover discussion, which will happen in the next 3 to 4 weeks, we would have to redesignate that funding for this purpose. So it's in limbo right now, effectively.
And how much was approved?
I think $175,000, if I remember correctly. But that, of course, will be then juxtaposed against all of our other fund balance needs, savings, excess expenditures, wherever that falls into our bottom line. And that reappropriation will be juxtaposed against the broader city need.
So I do challenge a little bit. I agree we're not here to be arbiters of wealth, collective wealth that has owners have built up through the years, but we are the only entity here that can do historic preservation of the town, and it's part of our responsibilities. And we need to balance that. The Mills Act is not balancing it. I'll go do the drive around survey for all those historically listed homes on the current list, and I guarantee it's less than what is indicated on the list today, because I know of several that have gone that aren't listed on there. So I will tell you, this is something I'm passionate about. I don't think affecting less than 0.5% of all the residential units in the city is onerous. And I will fight every tooth and nail to protect as much and not degrade what little we've, not go backwards from the little protection we have today. So that's my statement to the council. You guys act like you want to, and I will act as I want to on this issue. I would like to see, we went to the Planning Commission. For some reason, we didn't go to the,
PAC.
I'm sorry, the Public Amenities Commission that's charged with preservation to get their inputs on it. I did a quick email today, but I didn't, you know, there were some differing results. I'd like to see or hear what the commission has to recommend. They're the ones dealing with this all the time.
Yeah, on a policy basis, I'll let Mark explain kind of the feedback requirements. I think it has to do with our code as it pertains to land use element updates, right?
Yeah, so the code specifies that the Planning Commission is charged with reviewing modifications to the general plan. The Public Amenities Commission does not have that responsibility. It's not within
No, but they
their...
are the ones who adjudicate anything related to preservation. We were prevented. I wanted to put that in planning, but the state prevents that. So we should get the input from those who administer it.
And that's perfectly, if this council wants to refer this conversation to them for
And
their
this isn't going to
input,
hold up the election.
no,
So.
that's certainly something you could do. I mean, their advice on this issue I think is appropriate.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion?
Can we hear from the public? There's, a half dozen people
Okay.
right here for the first meeting. Please.
Okay, we have one written speaker. I'll let you guess who it is. Ron Morocco.
I could go on for 30 minutes, but I'll try to
But we won't let you.
to 3 on this one. And I do want to say we have a good resource in our new contract planner. I do apologize, Mr. Weiner. It may sound like I'm going to slam you, but I'm going to do this in 3 minutes. Mills Act document that the the public community development puts out is from 1993, and I do need to correct. It renews annually. So it's a 10-year contract, but it renews annually. And so it goes on indefinitely. I don't, and this is my own personal thoughts, we haven't, as you saw, haven't discussed it with public amenities. We don't need to amend the ordinance. It should still be a fully voluntary process. We have, the city has the ability to, there's no reason for the city to designate landmarks. The city has the ability to designate historic districts and encourage people to do it. I've presented to you documents to modify the Mills Act contract to encourage the people who are getting landmark to be part of a historic district. I'm told that that's policy, so I'm hoping that that gets added to the matter. I'm hoping that you will direct the city manager to direct community development to make it a priority. Now, what I think the problem is, and this goes to your point, I think everything that's coming to preservation, public amenities is reactive. And the city needs to do a better job of being proactive. And I think that's in LU 7.1. The first thing we need to do is get that certified local government report filed. There's funding that's associated with it. We're 1 year delinquent. We have another report coming up. It's not that difficult a report. I volunteered to help, so hopefully that'll happen. We have the control over historic districts. We haven't had one really for a while. We have 2 in the city. We have one on North Garnett Street that we're hoping to come forward with. It's been submitted back in September. It hasn't actually made it back. When the Public Amenities Commission agendized stuff, we would like to see it come back to the Public Amenities Commission, because we're recommending to you all what to do, and we're being told, no, that the policy needs to be directed to community development to put it back on. And I'll pass something else out on that. You have a policy book in your materials. Page 337, you should look at 341 to 345. There's issues, there's actions, objectives that can be done. Education programs, I'm going to pass out something that goes back to 2010. They were doing this stuff already. It's an implementation problem. We want to talk about the resources service. It's a process. You can get on the.
I'm sorry, Ron.
Okay, well, as I said.
Motion to receive and file?
Second.
I do have something to pass out to you, and the vice chair for my commission was here and has something that she wanted presented as well. But I would also recommend.
You got to wrap it up, Ron. No, sorry.
I'll make it really.
No, you
404B2. Look at that section. That's.
You gotta comply. Thank you. Okay, that's the only written. Anyone else wish to address this item? From the next block down.
Hi, I'm Ron Moore. I was not planning on speaking tonight. I was going to bring popcorn. I just wanted to hear how this was going to get resolved. The reason I got up here is when you started talking about the Mills Act. My wife Monica and I own the last property that's listed in the landmark book. It just went through the landmarking process 2024 at the last Preservation Commission meeting. And then with transition to Public Amenities Commission, Mark helped us. Thank you, Mark. Get it the rest of the way through for the Mills Act, so we got that into the county on time. The Mills Act is a 10-year contract. It auto-renews every year, so you're always 10 years out. Okay, one benefit, if my parents owned the property and I inherited it, I wouldn't have needed the Mills Act because they would have bought it, Prop 13, a million years ago. So there's really no tax savings there. Where there is the savings, though, is we bought the house in 2020. Obviously, it's gone up a lot. If we were to decide to sell that property to the next owner, the Mills Act goes with the property, not with the owner. That next owner would get the benefit. Their Mills Act basis would be the same as ours. It wouldn't be based on a $2 million house that 10 years from now is $4 million. It would be based on whatever it is of ours. You get the lesser of Prop 13 or the Mills Act calculation. So it's just something to know. I just wanted to clear up that confusion. Regarding A and B structures, our house is listed in the 86 survey with a picture, with the wrong address, but with a picture of an example of an A-rated craftsman. When we went in 2022 to the planning department to talk about making a small little kitchen addition, rear-facing addition, not visible from a public right-of-way. If we were in Pasadena, we wouldn't have had to go anywhere. Here, because we were on that list, we had to go to preservation. And it wasn't to stop us, it was just to kind of give some guidance. And I pushed back and I said, well, what if I don't want to? What if I can say I want to tear my house down? They said, oh, no. Because you're on the list, you're subject to the regulations. It doesn't mean you couldn't do it. You just have to go through the steps. And part of that step that you go through at the Preservation Commission is a whole history of the house, trying to figure out why this should be a structure. The A and B listing is a starting point. It's not an ending point. That's kind of the main thing I want to look at. It's great. It gives you a list. If you look at that list, I guarantee you, there's, like Jim said, there's a lot of properties in there that probably aren't there anymore. But it's a starting point. And so I don't see why we would get rid of that, which you might think is kind of weird because I'm the guy that wanted to do something to the house. Again, rear facing, 7 feet off the back. It made it through planning. And that's fine. What I didn't realize, though, is we were subject to the restrictions up front. If we had known that, we would have landmarked the house when we bought it in 2000, not in 2024. It would have saved a bundle on taxes, and we still would have been able to go through the process and make the changes we needed to make. So that's just, I just want to give you the benefit. You guys decide what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item?
Monica Moore, associated with Ron Moore, 707 South Broadway. Proud to be on that list. A structure, that's why we bought the house. I completely disagree with recommendation number 3. I will never get up here and say weaken our program. To me, that just goes against everything that we've been working toward. And my husband and I have been involved with the Historical Society from a long time ago. That survey was a volunteer survey. It was right before we came back to the city, and it needs to be updated. So update the survey, that would be great. Please have a resource available to homeowners. I would love to have a referral list like Long Beach Heritage has or Pasadena Heritage. Take a peek at what other cities are doing who have historical resources like we do. I would love to have a landmark owners group because there's a lot of information that we could share, especially as we're now, staring down the barrel of what we want to do. But we didn't buy the house to paint it pink. We didn't buy the house to change it or anything. I mean, change to some degree, yes. But we're not going to do anything to the house to degrade from its historicalness. It's just, and this program should not be weakened in any way because yes, every year we are losing our history. Bottom line, however you want to phrase it, that's the bottom line. So I think that kind of wraps up for me. There's one other thing and it just went out of the brain. So thank you very much for considering this. The list is a great thing. Don't pitch the list. And you know what? Those A and B structures are probably now more historical than they were in '86. So consider that. And those C's and D's might be more valuable now than they were back then. It's just something to consider. This is exciting. Updating a survey, that's exciting. We get potentially more historic resources. Yes, we've lost some. Yes, but the pool potentially increases. And that's what we should be protecting. So thank you.
Thank you. I was jealous when you guys bought your house. I was looking at it. Okay.
I'm glad we didn't dig.
Anyone else? You're going to duke it out or?
No concession. I've permitted a lot of properties in a lot of different cities, and what I have found is that the ones that have a robust historic preservation ordinance, it actually adds value to the historic resources, and they actually end up being more valuable than the non-historic. And I own a house that's definitely more than 50 years old. I can't imagine why it would be historic at any point, but I would be impacted by it. A couple of the cities that I found have a really good programs is City of Pasadena. I've done a lot of permitting in the City of Pasadena. They have a great historic group, and they also have a lot of resources for residents. Another one is actually City of San Diego, and what City of San Diego does is that on every building permit application, if a property is over a certain age, it's identified and it becomes part of the permit process, and it's actually back on the owner to go back and add a secondary questionnaire. And so that instead of using a lot of resources to go out and spend hundreds of $1,000s to do a survey, it's already within, and now, like you said, we have databases that are electronic, and so this is probably there, but there's an additional criteria that the owner has to provide, pictures of the houses on all the different sides, a lot of it, so that you're not relying on a list that's 30 years old. You're getting data that is as new as it's there, and that's whether they want to put in new windows or anything that requires a building permit. So it takes the burden off of the city, but it still has that effectiveness. So I think, but what I see, I actually read through this ordinance, I kept thinking that there was something missing on the post because I didn't think it was an actual historic preservation ordinance because it had just actually not enough information on it that helps as a builder. And I'd rather have more information as a builder than less, because then I have some criteria to work through. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, Council, Christina Kelly. I live in our beloved Redondo Beach in a 1920s historical bungalow. Preserving historical homes in Redondo Beach matters for the environment, homeowners, and renters, and how the city, especially through the Mills Act, can strengthen and expand historic preservation in our community. Redondo Beach is more than a coastal destination. It is a city shaped by generations of people, neighborhoods, and stories. Our historic homes reflect the early development of this community, from its seaside roots to the working families who helped build the character of the city we love today. When historical homes are demolished, we lose more than a structure. We lose tangible connection to our shared history and identity. Preserving historical homes also protects the unique character of Redondo Beach. These homes showcase architectural styles, craftsmanship, and materials that are increasingly rare. Without preservation, Without preservation, neighborhoods risk becoming uniform and losing the charm and sense of a place that make Redondo Beach special. Historical preservation is not only about culture, it is about environmental responsibility. The carbon footprint of a building is not just about how energy is used today, but how carbon was released to build it. Historical homes already exist, meaning their construction-related carbon was released decades ago. Demolishing them and building new homes creates a massive new carbon impact through demolition waste, landfill use, and carbon-intensive materials like concrete and steel. Many historical homes were also designed with natural efficiency in mind long before air conditioning existed. Features like high ceilings, thick walls, large windows, porches, and cross ventilation help regulate temperature naturally. When historical homes are upgraded with modern insulation, efficiency systems, and solar energy, they can perform as efficient as new construction without the environmental cost of starting over. Redondo Beach already has a powerful preserving tool in place, the Mills Act. The Mills Act provides significant property tax reductions, often 20 to 60% for homeowners designated historical homes who commit to maintaining, preserving them. This program makes historical homeownership more affordable and encourages long-term stewardship. However, the city can do more and expand success of the Mills Act. Many homeowners are unaware the program exists. Homeowners are unaware. Increased outreach, clear guidance, workshops, and real examples of local tax savings would increase participation. Simplifying the application process and offering staff support would also help homeowners feel confident rather than intimidated. Expanding the eligibility, including modest historical homes like bungalows and cottages that reflect Redondo Beach's coastal and working class history, would ensure preservation is inclusive and representative of the whole community. Pairing the Mills Act with additional incentives such as reduced permit fees, grants for repairs, and flexibility for energy efficient upgrades would further encourage participation. Public recognition through plaques, walking tours, and city features can also foster pride and interest in historical ownership.
Okay, I'm sorry, but your time's up.
Yeah, I appreciate
Thank
you all. Thank you so much.
Anyone else wishing to address the council on this item? Anyone online?
Yes, we do have a hand raised on Zoom. Vanessa Cabello, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Go ahead, Vanessa.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. I live in District 4, and I've lived in the South Bay my entire life. It breaks my heart to watch these historic homes disappear one at a time, like the Stone House. I live down the street from there. Once they're gone forever. I've worked at the Getty Conservation Institute, and I strongly support historic preservation. I disagree that the assessment that our current program is effective. Voluntary programs fail to provide meaningful protection at demolition or under redevelopment pressure. So Redondo Beach needs more teeth legally. We can't let redevelopers shape our history. We must take control. The city needs a strong, enforceable preservation ordinance, not voluntary. I would be happy to serve on any committee to help make this happen and ensure these homes are protected for future generations. And what can we do? Let's get creative. Let's get creative. What about creating a nonprofit, Friends of Redondo Historic Preservation, and raise funds for preservation projects? The city can partner with other nonprofits. I am involved. I have done fundraising projects that have been successful. And also, in addition to that, I think that what was suggested earlier as far as program enhancements, we got to update the survey. It's more than 30 years old. The referral list, amazing. That is an amazing resource that needs to be created. I would be happy to take care and take that on. Landmark owner groups, establish a network of current landmark owner groups to share resources. So again, please consider my suggestions, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No other hands raised, but there is one e-comment in support.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Councilmember Kalajerovich, your hand's
sorry.
still up?
No.
No?
No.
Councilmember Abaji.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So I agree that I think we all share a desire to preserve historic homes in Redondo Beach and historic things in Redondo Beach and enhance them. By the way, I looked up your home. It's beautiful. And I think it's fabulous that you've designated a landmark. I also don't think that we need to spend $175,000+ right now doing a survey that's probably not likely to discover a whole lot of new historic homes, maybe different historic homes, but who knows, right? I like the point that Councilmember Waller made, which is, increase the awareness that people have to voluntary enrollment of the properties as a landmark. And one thought I had in response to that proposal was, what if we put on the website, and it's just thinking out loud, a page that said, hey, submit a suggestion of a historic property in Redondo Beach. You type in an address. That address comes to the city sends out a form letter or a form flyer to that property owner. Hey, here's the benefits of enrolling your house in a historic register as a landmark. And they can then, you make them aware that there's all these benefits associated with the Mills Act and, property tax savings and potential when you sell the property has greater appeal because the next person is going to get a property tax saving. Maybe if you actually sent a letter to all the 28,500 about households in Redondo Beach at a postage rate of 78 cents, it would cost about $22,000 in postage, leaving aside the cost of paper. So that could be one way to increase awareness on a voluntary basis where anybody could suggest. All the 70,000 residents of Redondo Beach could be the eyes that suggest historic properties in Redondo Beach. And then what we do with the registry for now, we don't go forward with the new registry until we have more in our coffers, but we switch it rather than making them designated as landmarks currently, we make it as a rebuttable presumption of a landmark. So all those A and Bs have a rebuttable presumption of landmarks that they could use to rally to their favor if they come to the city and say, hey, we want to be designated a landmark, but that they're not subjected to a mandatory kind of restrictions if that wasn't their intention and wasn't their desire. And I also am concerned about, I've heard before families inheriting property in Redondo Beach that their parents held for a long time. And the last thing they want to do when they're deciding on how to split the proceeds and deal with the property is face restrictions on what they can do with the property if their parents didn't register it as a historic landmark. So what are your thoughts on that, Mr. City Manager, if we're to kind of increase awareness by coming up with some sort of registry? This isn't like something we need to do tomorrow. And then also, I guess the last thing would be to enhance our ordinance, our landmark designation ordinance, akin to what these other great cities, Pasadena or the like, are having, but keeping it voluntary rather than a mandatory.
Well, yeah.
Contradictory.
Yeah, I think, well, two things. Maybe start with the former. Rather than give you sort of a specific reaction to costing or options, I think it's worth us exploring perhaps what we could do to, in a sense, assess our current inventory, better understand our current inventory without, again, forcing an expansion of the opt-in requirements, right? I think, again, the reason for the recommendation isn't to erode the teeth that are currently in our ordinance. It's to really call out its true validity under the law. That's the problem right now, is we have an inconsistency, as we said, that it looks good on paper. It makes people feel like they have obligations, but the truth is if we were pushed or tested on them, we wouldn't really have much of a basis to stand on. We want to eliminate that. We want clarity in our process, whether it be, hey, we've got this great resource that you can draw on to be participatory in the Mills Act, and this is good information that you can use to help you in that endeavor, but recognize it's just that. It's research rather than an obligation to do something. So what I would say is maybe let us research some data gathering options that we might have or outreach options that we might have, come back and give you some estimates on cost, whether we would do a letter per se, or maybe we start with a social media campaign or something to try to gather research. But fundamentally, what the council needs to grapple with is, do we want to stay in the voluntary lane and clean up our documentation associated with that voluntary process, or do we want to do something more aggressive? And if we do, that is going to have to be followed with specific iterative actions that's going to cost time and money, as was said. So that's the broad policy. But in the meantime, why don't you let us maybe come up with some middle ground options for additional research, better community outreach, and some ways to at least if nothing else, pour some gasoline on our voluntary efforts to try to help stimulate more participation and a better understanding on our own of what we have in our community today. Because, as the mayor said, I don't want to tell you unequivocally that we've had a net increase or a net decrease. I'm not sure we've really done an assessment of our A and B list to tell you. Have we had demolitions that have occurred that haven't followed our code and privately were done without permit? It's possible, right? So not everybody was participatory in our process, whether they viewed it as voluntary or not. So I think that's the type of research we would do as perhaps an interim measure before doing a full historic resource update that requires an opt-in outcome.
So my concern with the recommendation you just made, Councilmember Abaji, is first, Pasadena, if you look at other cities, they're not voluntary. They have a mandatory component. But I totally agree we should look at other cities rather than just write it off. But to go in thinking that they're all voluntary is a falsehood. There are mandatory elements of cities that are successful.
They're voluntary, but to the extent that they regulate landmarks or designated properties, borrow from those regulations for those that have self-designated as landmarks or historic resources.
That's ineffective. The second is just sending it out citywide and letting anybody say, hey, your home is historic. That may be cheap on the face, but then not every home that applies for Mills Act is historic and gets it.
Right.
You have to qualify. So that's staff time. So how many false positives are you going to get?
So I think that's why the city manager is telling us, let staff take a look at it.
Yeah, let's evaluate. Let us come back with
Well,
some.
I'd like to let also the Public Amenities Commission.
Well,
make
they
a
have a subcommittee.
recommendation.
I think that's part of their follow-up work effort.
And I do want to note that the potential historic resource list would not be eliminated. It still exists in the record. It would still be referenced in the code. And perhaps staff can massage the language that there's a reference to evaluating it and seeking for the owner to nominate for landmark, but not necessarily going straight to that treatment of the property. And regarding the outreach, I am excited about some of the things that I've been discussing with the committee. And I think over the next year, we are going to see some of that stuff rolled out. I like the idea of the focused effort of mailing property owners, maybe ones that are currently A and Bs, additional ones that we found, making them aware of the Mills Act. I think, because right now we're getting some interest in it, and that's with real minimal marketing and outreach. So I would expect that it would significantly increase with that, and I would like to test that out to see if we get a good result. So in that sense, it would be strengthening the program.
Sounds great.
So you were in Carmel and Laguna Beach, correct?
Yes.
What kind of preservation did they have?
So Carmel, it wasn't voluntary. It was city's designation. They did go through a process where they did a survey. A lot of properties were added to it. There were a lot of outraged property owners, and then several of those were removed. It was,
So there was an appeal process.
It was a controversial issue. And but it's a mandatory program. That said, the city is, if it's going to place a property on the register, it has to be documented by strong findings as to why it's historic and involve historic professionals to do a write-up. So it's pretty involved. In Laguna Beach, it was a similar situation where they had done an inventory at one point. It was outdated like ours, and the city was treating those as historic properties, even though in the resolution for the adoption of that list, it said they were not to be treated that way. There was some backlash to that, and then during my time with the city, I helped the council get through adopting an ordinance where it made it more of a voluntary program. So they reversed it. However, they did still recognize the CEQA obligations, and it still remains contentious to this day there. There's bits.
Do you know what Monrovia and Pasadena do?
I don't know specifically, but I would say it's, from what I understand, it's a mandatory program. They have historic districts. I think for our program, the standards, it's really pretty consistent throughout cities that they apply the secretary standards. They have a historic commission that reviews the project. They have professionals that review it for compliance. I think we're pretty on par with other cities in terms of the review process. What really differs is the designation of the property and how that's decided, and whether it's going to be voluntary or mandatory. And I will say, going back to the tolerance for modifications to a building per the secretary standards, that's really kind of a local, the secretary provides guidelines and then the local jurisdiction interprets those, and some apply it more rigorously, some are more lenient. In some cases, it depends on the quality of the resource. So it really just varies from city to city.
Okay.
And I agree with that. I've read the guidance from at least on the federal level. So.
Yeah. And look, as a follow-up, we can bring copies of some of those ordinances back if you're interested. I mean, as research material. So we can do anything as a next step here. But we just need general direction on which lane you want us to stay in.
Well, with that, if I may, Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to continue with the voluntary program to empower the director to engage in a more rigorous outreach and education, as was raised by the other council members, including perhaps consideration of a web page for people to get more information and use that as a resource, receive and file the report, do the cleanup in the ordinance as needed, and leave it at that for now. And that's it. So that's.
So you want to send it to the Public Amenities Commission?
The Public Amenities Commission, I want to work with the director on that outreach. I think
Not recommendations.
No, I think we have the policy direction here, and I don't want them to use their time doing something backwards. Instead, move forward.
I'm going to warn you when this comes to ordinance. So that's all I'm going to say right now. You're not being cooperative. You're being very prescribed and not open to other suggestions. So
I've been here for 2 hours listening.
Yeah, and your action doesn't reflect any
if I could
recognition. So go ahead.
Well, that's it. I mean,
I'll second, but what's the change relative to the Public Amenities Commission that you want to see, Mr.
We've got the Planning Commission's recommendations. We didn't get the people who actually administer this program for its recommendation.
Okay, so you want us to solicit the recommendation of the Public Amenities Commission relative to what to do on the historic preservation?
Yes, the same way we did the LCP policy.
In light of the fact that we're directing staff, we would be under this motion directing staff to move towards the voluntary.
Well, I would hope that when we continue it, we come back and reconsider based on input we get from.
Yeah, and that was kind of my point, is rather than have another 3-hour exercise, I think we kind of ran this to ground and ready for a motion.
All right, I'll second.
Could I ask for a friendly amendment to include, because there is a subcommittee that I understand from the Public Amenities Commission that you're working with. There were some really great suggestions about a referral list, a landmark owners group.
Yeah.
If there's some way to engage the committee to these volunteers in the community to maybe kick some of that off, if someone wants to take the lead on that. I think we had a caller that was
accepted. Yeah, let's do it. Okay.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to report back to the city council on the progress of that committee and the programs. For example, the committee is planning events, and there's various things that we've discussed to really help market the program, including like featuring a property and giving a background history in it, maybe publishing that in the local paper. There's a variety of ways we're looking to promote and incentivize historic preservation.
Okay.
Like it.
All right.
And
Okay, motion and a second.
may I just ask, will the referral include any potential amendments to the Mills Act as previously mentioned?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Do we need any amendments to the Mills Act?
Mr. Morocco
Matter
had,
of law, do we?
Mr. Morocco had some suggestions, and I didn't know if,
We actually referred it to staff before, and we haven't done anything with it.
About the historic district.
correct.
On that one, my concern is to add another involuntary layer on that may discourage folks from signing up in the first place. So thanks for asking about that. So I would.
Well, and Mr. Morocco said within that to encourage those applying for the Mills Act to create or also agree to a historic district. Yeah. So it wouldn't be mandated, but it would then encourage
them as part of the outreach.
So I would like that. I mean, to encourage that.
Let's encourage it.
It's not mandating. So that would update that.
Well,
is that right?
So that's something we've received council direction to make a code amendment, some cleanup, so we could address the Mills Act requirement in the ordinance and have something that encourages districts, maybe, figure out a way to incentivize it as well.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Not mandating, encouraging, yes.
Yes, and what's in the code would be reflected in future Mills Act contracts.
All right.
Okay.
You've amended the motion to include that. Yep. Second.
Okay, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Motion for a 5-minute break, cooling off period.
It's a feel-good item.
I think this is going to be a cooling off period. This is very positive.
Stretch and give a standing ovation to the Community Services Department.
Yes.
So we had a motion and a second, all for it?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Oh, man, yeah.
Hard 5 minutes, like back in 5 in the chair.
Okay.
Councilmember Waller.
Present.
Councilmember Castle.
Here.
Councilmember Kalujevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, we're going to item N3 to receive and file a report on teen center activities and programming. Director House, you got the floor.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. With me tonight, I have Michelle Pinedo. She is our Recreation Manager. And we are bringing to you a strategic plan item. It's just an update on our teen center and the programming and activities we've had there since its opening. And before we get started, Michelle will be leading the program, but I also want to just acknowledge the amount of work she's put into this. She had a major role in renovating the space and furnishing it in a way that was welcoming and warm and appealing to teens. And she has spent a lot of time trying to find creative ways to engage with a demographic that at times is a little challenging to engage with. But with that, I will hand it over to her, and she'll walk you through some of the background of the Teen Center and then run you through some of the activities and programs we've done. So with that, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for having us. So wanted to start off with a little bit of a background. These are some images of the Teen Center before it closed down during COVID-19. The Teen Center originally opened up in March 1994 to address community needs for a safe, supervised space for teens outside of school hours. After the facility closed, we were closed for some time for renovations. We luckily had the Youth Commission that got started up again in 2024 to 2025. That group created 3 subcommittees that were crucial for the feedback of how we renovated the Teen Center and what amenities we added to the Teen Center. So we had the Teen Survey Subcommittee. They developed and actually promoted the survey that went out last winter and got 214 teen responses, mainly from Redondo Union students. And then we had our communications subcommittee that initiated the teen Instagram page and asked for city staff to start a teen web page. And then we had the third subcommittee that was initiated for like the Teen Center event subcommittee so that they can give us their feedback and ideas on any programming that we would implement at the Teen Center. That Youth Commission played a really central role in shaping the vision of the direction of how staff purchased items. So here are some before and after photos of what the Teen Center looked like. I do want to note we added a photo of our Public Works Facilities team because they played a crucial role in the demo of the facility, the renovations, and then building out all of the furniture and pieces that we ordered. So they were very active in the space, and our team worked really closely with them. So we really are thankful for Gary Laloghi and his team. So we, as all of you were there, we had a reopening event on September 25th that was fairly successful. We had a School of Rock that had a live performance, Beach City Health District, Alcove, our different community partners from the school district that were in attendance. And so we were really happy for the community families for us to showcase the space and to let them explore through the new amenities that we are providing. One of the highlights is that our vintage arcade game that the kids have really enjoyed. So originally we started with a schedule that was split days for high school and middle school students. That was based on the feedback that we got from the Youth Commission, from last year's Youth Commission, and some of the high school students in the survey. So we launched this schedule for October, but quickly realized that our data was showing that high schoolers weren't really showing up during the high school days, or we'd have like 1 or 2 freshmen and they wanted to hang out with their 8th grade friends. So the middle schoolers would stand at the door and wait for us to let them in. So we quickly changed the schedule to be open to all teenagers. So we're currently open Mondays 2 to 6 p.m., Tuesday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. And as you can see in the January schedule, whenever there's not a school day, non-school days, we are open from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. with the exception of I think there was like a Monday night football on a non-school day where students requested for us to stay a little later so that they can finish watching the game. So we made sure to stay open later. We have several activities. We like to incorporate the cooking activities. The teens that have been participating have been really excited about any kind of competitions. So we've used the outdoor basketball space for basketball, hoop competitions, pickleball competitions, and then the Mario Kart kind of competitions and PlayStation competitions they really have enjoyed. So we typically break down their weekly schedule and we post this on Instagram. It is posted every Sunday morning for parents and for teens to see, just as a friendly reminder of what we have to offer. The monthly schedule is posted at the Teen Center and on our webpage as well. And just wanted to showcase a few of the activities that we've done with the teens at the Teen Center. We've done some cultural events like the Dia de los Muertos event, where some of the teens brought pictures to the event of loved ones that have passed, and they had like sweetbread and Mexican hot chocolate and kind of shared stories and then watched the movie Coco.
And these are all free?
Yes.
So you make a bag, you get a bag for free?
Mm-hmm. Yes. All of the activities that we provided.
Teens only.
I like the pizza day.
They really love the pizza day as well.
Cinnamon rolls, that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, so everything, all the activities that we've been providing so far have been within the budget that you guys have so graciously provided to the department. We've also incorporated some mini socials that have included, for example, a murder mystery dinner in October. We did a Friendsgiving event in November and did a holiday party in December. So we will continue to host those mini socials. We are also still in contact, very close contact with the Youth Commission, who still has that Teen Center events subcommittee in place. They've shared some recommendations on how we can incorporate participation from the high school students. So we've been in communication on how we can integrate some workshops and some mini socials that are specific to high school students. So currently we're proud to announce that our average attendance is between 30 to 35 teens on a regular school day. On non-school days, it averages 50 to 60 teens. We had one outlier where we had 75 teens that attended for a full non-school day. So it's the average, though, tends to be 50 to 60 on a non-school day, which...
What was it before? Is it increased?
Yes, so before, there was some days where there was zero attendance before with the closure of the pandemic, and then the average attendance was like 15 to 20 students max.
Gone up substantially.
Mm-hmm. We're hopeful that this will increase through word of mouth, and we are working we have some connections with Redondo Union. I've spoken to some of the instructors there to see how we can get featured in the school newspaper and the RU TV, all through recommendations of the Youth Commission. We're also working with Redondo Union School to Career. We're bringing back a Tech Explorers program that we offered last year. So it's high school volunteers that offer tech support to our seniors at Veterans Senior Center. So that is being brought back at the end of this month. In addition to us exploring specific dates that high school volunteers are available to do, offer free tutoring to the middle school teenagers that attend the Teen Center. So hoping to launch that early spring of this year. We've also been in contact with Friendship Foundation, Beach City Alcove, and have collaborated with various departments here within the city on how we can cross-collaborate on events and workshops. So looking forward to continuing the workshops, the competitions, cooking events, and then figuring out a way how to incorporate and host different events for our high school students where we've seen not too much of a participation, but want to target that freshman to sophomore age group.
What's the mentor program?
Working with School to Career to figure out a mentor program for high school students to mentor maybe an 8th grader who's going to be coming into
So it's
Redondo
for older
Union.
kids to mentor.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm a big brother, big sister.
Something like, right, so that when they go to Redondo Union, then they can feel a little bit more comfortable stepping into school grounds. So we encourage all parents and teens to follow us at Redondo Teens on our Instagram page, where we post our weekly schedule. And currently, you'll see in this image, we have a reel that we posted about teens decorating the tree. So we're engaging with the teens on how they would like to create reels of activities that they're doing inside the teen center, and us editing them so that we can post them on our Instagram page. So giving them some more just ownership of the account. And our department loves feedback, so we encourage the council or parents in the community to give us any feedback that you guys might have on the programming that we're currently offering or any suggestions. We do have a suggestion box at the Teen Center, and the teens definitely use it, and that's kind of how we come up with the weekly and monthly schedules. We also have a teens@redondo.org email, so if we have any parents listening right now that would have any suggestions, happy to hear them. That goes to city staff, one of our rec coordinators.
Okay.
Mhm.
Is that it?
And that concludes our presentation. If you'd like to receive and file.
I too would just like to point out, and we've talked a little bit about this collectively, but big thank you to Elizabeth, Michelle, and then also Kelly Orta, who's not here, who's been a big part of rebuilding, relaunching the Youth Commission and developing our teen programming. And you know, again, in my 20-year history, I've seen the Teen Center take on different iterations. This is just by far and away the most impressive facilitation of activities that we've had in at least my 2 decades here. So big kudos to everybody involved, and a big thank you in particular to Michelle for her work.
Well, I want to jump on that bandwagon. Thanks for everything you guys have done on that. It's fantastic. I enjoyed the grand opening and was hopeful it would be successful, and looks like the stats are showing that you are attracting more kids to use the facility, which is what it's all about. How many staff are dedicated to this? What's the resource allocation?
We currently have 3 part-time staff. So one that's a PERS position that takes the lead, and then 2 rec leaders that are assisting.
And is it one person there all the time when it's open, or?
We try to have a minimum of 2 people there.
2 people.
Mm-hmm.
And are there peaks if you have events, some events you have to have more people, or?
Sometimes we pull in, so like I might show up to assist. We have our rec coordinator who leads that part-time staff, and so she spends a lot of time there as well. So she'll work out of that site just to support.
And there's staff time allocated towards planning? Is that that's not out of your part-time folks, is it?
The part-time folks are the ones that are interacting with the kids directly and have that built-in nice relationship. And so they're the ones that are organizing all the activities.
But who does the planning? Like today's going to be a pizza day, and vets the ideas from the youth commission or from the suggestion box?
So it's a combination of the part-time PERS position and our rec coordinator and myself. And so we have meetings and we'll get suggestions from the teens. And so if we have any recommendations from the youth commission, sometimes some of the youth commissioners have not participated but have suggestions. We'll cross-reference that with the teens that are currently participating in the program.
And what she means by a PERS part-time position is when you exceed 1,000 hours a year of annual employment, it triggers a PERS classification. So when we authorize that, it allows up to roughly 1,500, a little bit over 1,500 hour years of deployment to work. So effectively a 30-hour, it's a 30-plus hour,
He's a person year.
30-plus hour work week so that's what she means by that. So you've got a dedicated kind of a lead part-timer supported by 2 additional, supervised by a full-time rec coordinator on a kind of pro rata basis, ultimately supervised by Michelle, et cetera. So it's a team effort. And then along with Kelly's participation with the Youth Commission, kind of the down and up coordination.
This is exciting stuff. One of the things I was a little, and I think I've mentioned it to both of you, taken aback by is there's a stage there that we can't use, and I would assume, I mean, is that something you'd like to be able to program in the future, or?
That would be wonderful if we had a funding for it to be ADA compliant.
So what we need is what, a lift?
Yeah, there would be some structural ADA improvements that would have to be made in order for it to be eligible.
You can do it with like just a lift that you roll up. I've seen schools do that, correct?
You can buy mechanical devices that could be manually, as long as you have dedicated staff to do it. We'd have to probably investigate the pros and cons of the liability associated with that and bring back options. It would be effectively a CIP conversation.
Yeah, because like the auditorium for Redondo Union, they have a lift. They don't have a ramp. They have a lift right in front that I don't think they know how to operate it, but it's there.
They use it all the
to
time.
get up. So, okay, so that's something to consider in
future budgets.
CIP. Could that be a BRR or?
Sure.
Because I hate that. I mean, we've got a resource there. I got to think we'd be able to use a stage for something that would appeal to the teens, and it's just a shame to have that resource and just have it rotting up there. So, okay, well, thank you, Councilmember Abaji.
Thank you for doing this. This is amazing. Do you have 12-year-olds trying to get into the teen center?
Of course. Yes.
And actually, a question I had from a parent was, can my 12-year-old go? So do you let them in?
We will allow them in.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
They're middle school.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be a teen, 13.
What do you do, card them?
We acknowledge preteens. Yes.
No, I've seen the social media posts of the activities coming up, and I share them. It's awesome. I think residents, really appreciate it. Parents really appreciate it. Safe place for them to be. I also like how dynamic you're being. If you see something working, keep it open for Monday Night Football, for example. Question. You said, I think I heard you say that the current stuff that you're doing is funded through the one-time appropriation we made for activities right there. Going forward, how much of a budget do you think you need on a recurring basis to keep this level of service and activity up?
Well, you guys did the reoccurring appropriation and the one-time appropriation. So the one-time appropriation was used for purchasing of larger items versus the actual activities that we're providing.
So you have a recurring budget. Okay.
Yeah, that we address the ongoing program costs with the structural budget, but we're running through the sort of one-time FF&E account. I think we'll evaluate that at year's end. If there's a need for perhaps some other supplemental items that might be value add, we'll consider that as a potential decision package going forward.
Is there any sort of thought, even school districts have the PTAs, right, to help support the function of it. Is there any thought of, to the extent this becomes a need, getting parent participation to support the teen centers at all, assuming parents are
in what respect? Financially?
Like just donations to sponsor this at the teen center or that at the teen center.
We do have a teen center. We used to have a teen center donation account. I don't know when our last donation received, but probably long before Michelle's time. And we are technically you do get a tax benefit for donating to the city. So in this respect, I don't.
Oh, you do?
You
it's
do.
A tax write-off?
It is, yeah. We have a federal ID number for that. So it just depends. What I wouldn't want to do is add that sort of fundraising burden to existing personnel. So, we can market it, we can make it available, we can allow, create a structure, but I just want to make sure that we're careful about campaigns.
I'm not even suggesting now, I'm just saying in the future, to the extent that things become a little tight, maybe we could just put up a link, hey, donate to the teen center.
And we have there have been, even in my days as community service director, we received teen center donations.
The council members could be the fundraisers, if you will, right? So happy to send out the link. So, cool, that's it. Thank you. You're doing great.
Okay, anyone else?
It's 10:10. There's nothing more to say, but thank you. You're doing an amazing job. Thumbs up. Done.
Can we do pizza with the mayor day instead of just pizza day?
We can coordinate that.
Just kidding.
Mentorship.
I don't need
The mentor.
I don't need that temptation. From a
Cinnamon
pizza
rolls with
perspective.
council members.
Okay, anything else?
Commissioner Stephen File.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you very much.
Did we
Appreciate
take
it.
public
All
comment?
four?
Sorry, did we take public comment?
Oh, yep,
It
sorry.
is an agenda item.
I didn't call the vote yet, so any member of the public wish to address the council on this item?
No hands raised on Zoom and no e-comments on this item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to receive and file. All four?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries. Okay, city manager item.
Just a couple. Happy New Year to all of you again. The community, the holiday closure has ended. For the most part, as I've talked to staff over that period, there has been good, fresh energy, nice recharge. We survived, as was stated, I think by several of you in your opening remarks, we survived the holiday break with minimal flooding and other inclement weather damage. Pleased with the effort that we had in response during the break. I want to thank staff for all their hard work during those off hours. The other announcement I'd like to make, Mr. Steve Sprengel is here in the audience with us, our newly appointed police chief. We will be formally recognizing Steve publicly as part of the introduction of the January 20th council meeting, where Steve will have some of his family members here. We'll do the ceremonial badge pinning ceremony. He has already he's already been sworn in privately, sworn at and sworn in privately in his new role and capacity by the clerk. But we will do the more formal ceremony here on the 20th.
We had a trial by fire over the holidays.
And it was a busy week and a half of activity. So he's hit the ground running, but did want to make that announcement. There was a press release issued that you've, I'm sure, seen that in the papers here locally, but we will have the ceremonial activity on January 20th, just as an FYI. Not much to report as it pertains to next week's council meeting. I think it's going to be a closed session, heavy night. We don't have any significant open session items, which might be a good thing. We could probably play catch up on some closed session matters. We may have one or two.
Would we start public
I think we'll start
session later?
I think we'll start at 4:30, and we may have a succinct open session, then maybe return back and close.
Just do a
Yeah, kind of go before or after type thing, because it'll be early enough night.
keep it the same times, but
Yeah, so I think we'll open at 4:30, but just be prepared to go back into closed as needed. I think we'll do a couple of different updates for you. And we may not need much more than the 90 minutes we typically have. So pretty light, but we will be back at it on the 20th. And that's all I have this evening, Mayor.
okay, there's no mayor and council items. Let's see, mayor and council referrals to staff. We'll start with Councilmember Barrett.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. So on behalf of myself and Councilmember Kaladerovich, with input from the mayor, the city attorney, the city manager, and the city clerk's office, we would like to make a referral to staff to agendize for discussion the potential placement on the June 2nd, 2026 ballot, a proposed charter amendment for residents to consider and weigh in on concerning term limits. And if you could light up 3A in one moment. And just by way of example, Measure TL term limits, it would be proposed charter amendment to limit a person from serving more than 3 full terms as a member of the city council. As we know, city council members are currently limited to two full terms of service. Potentially a ballot question along the lines of, shall the Redondo Beach City Charter be amended to limit a person from serving more than 3 full terms as a member of the city council, effective June 2nd, 2029. And if we are going to do this, we'll have to coalesce around an effective date. And perhaps if we can't reach consensus, maybe we don't do this at all. And here's some proposed charter language. It's in its early stages. So that would be the referral. And additionally, we know the school board is also considering a almost identical item that I believe they may request, depending on how their meeting goes later this month, that we put on the ballot. And we've had some outreach with the school district on this individually, and have kind of reiterated and stressed the importance of our partnership and unity. And if we are going to put that on the ballot from the school district, not to create a situation where there's cluttering of the ballot and multiple questions on a similar issue, voter confusion, and basically ensuring efficiency. And so, again, the school board will decide what they want to do. If that was to come before us, it would be almost identical to what we just looked at, potentially. Measured TL term limits.
I just want to caution you that we're not,
The longest
this is a referral,
ever.
not
Yeah.
discussion on the item. So
Absolutely, and I'll wrap it up. I know we're getting there, and I'll send this as a blue folder item in a moment. But essentially, it's the same thing, limiting a person from serving more than 3 full terms as a member of the Board of Education or City Council. Members of the board are limited currently to 2 full terms. And just a very simple ballot question: shall the Redondo Beach City Charter be amended to limit a person from serving more than 3 full terms as a member of the Board of Education or City Council with respect of effective dates? So that's pretty much it. Ultimately what the school district wants to do on that, we'll hear. If we can't reach agreement, they retain the right, I believe, to do a citizens initiative where they could go out and collect their own votes and do it their way. We're hoping they'll partner with us if this is the way they want to go. That's pretty much it. So that's the referral.
Councilman, if I could ask, are you, so in order to wait for the district's consideration, are we thinking of early February discussion on this as a
It seems
referral?
prudent, maybe February 3rd, give them an opportunity and see what they want to do, and hopefully we could, continue in the spirit of cooperation and get that going. Anyway, it's just a referral, it's a discussion, we'll see if we do anything with it.
Well, good news is the staff report's put together. So.
we have a motion and a second. I'm not going to entertain any discussion on this. We've already probably talked about it more than we should have.
I did want to say one thing. I want to thank the mayor for supporting this in the sense of allowing this to come forward and letting us go with it, notwithstanding what may be personal feelings and I think principles on it. And I do want to recognize the mayor for that.
Historic preservation discussion.
So thank you, Mayor Jim.
We'll see how that pans out.
Thank you, Mayor Jim Light. Anything? So that's it. I think we had a
We have a
second.
motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay.
For you all, aye.
All right.
Is it all you had? I hope.
I don't do very many referrals, so this was
True.
Okay.
You saved that up for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got several marbles in the jar.
Okay, Councilmember Waller.
Coincidentally, I also have a referral to staff that I've spoken to the mayor, council member, Kaljetovich, city attorney, a few others about, which is very similar but related. I would like to add to that same discussion a charter amendment to modify the mayor's term of office to 6 years, but remaining the 2 terms.
I'm agnostic, so whatever folks want to do.
It's a discussion, so.
Yeah.
Second.
Sure.
Okay, all for?
Aye.
We will combine.
Separate agenda item or?
Well, I think it.
On the same night.
I think it makes sense for them to be a joint refer. I mean, it's a dealing with your all term limits. I think it's an open-ended discussion to begin with anyway. So we will
Okay, is that it?
put the 2 together on the 3rd.
Councilmember
Nothing for tonight.
Abaji.
No.
Nothing for tonight. Yeah.
I was present at closed session. Nothing. Staff, a full.
Okay, Councilmember Waller.
I'm done.
I mean, Castle.
Again.
Yeah, well, we'll get 3 bites at the apple today.
Nothing tonight.
Councilmember Kaljetovich.
I do have a referral for a discussion to hire Mike Webb as a mediator on behalf of the city for various issues, example, school board or potential legal settlements with other parties.
Second.
Okay, motion and second, all for?
I asked a question about it.
One, go ahead.
Hire Mike Webb. This is a discussion about hiring Mike Webb.
Discussion.
Yes.
It's a discussion.
Okay.
Okay. Call the vote, all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I do have one, BRR.
Is there, by the way, is there a time frame on that discussion?
Nothing like urgent.
Okay.
Yeah. I do have a BRR for what may be necessary in regards to Dominguez Park and methane monitoring systems or whatever is required, if we can get a BRR on that. I don't need something for that.
And can it be paid for with Quimby funds?
Yeah, we can do a BR on that. I think, I'm not sure yet we know exactly how, all of the different requirements that the LA is going to
Yeah,
impose.
I know it's a little vague right now, but I think it's
yeah,
an important
BRR
part
should
of
be prepared.
coming forward. And
Well,
then,
just for reference, not to discuss, but part of the hillside stabilization CIP that we appropriated funding for was to help address some of the logical requirements that they were going to provide. So,
okay, so maybe
we'll address that in the BRR. Yeah.
together, that would be great, thank you. And it was insinuated, but I didn't know if there was, I would like to get a BRR for whatever is options we have available to get the stage access at the teen center.
Yeah.
That's it, thank you.
Okay, is that it?
I can think of more, but
Okay, let's see, we'll take a motion to adjourn in memory of Isaac Del Rosario, a former city employee from Public Works.
second, or so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
I didn't hear all five. Did everybody say it? Okay. The next meeting of City Council of the City of Redondo Beach will be an adjourned regular meeting at 4:30 closed session, and a regular meeting to be held at 6 p.m. for open session on Tuesday, January 13th, 2026, right here in City Hall. We are adjourned.
How are you going to have a community meeting in District 4 and not invite District 4?
You can come. It's always open.